Subiversary. Alien, please. "13 months, love you, chat blankies." Mummy, where my chicken nuggies? The stream is about to start. "5 months, Pog." Poggies. Chat, I just got my second dose. Pogu pogu. Oh god, 8 months of not knowing Hassie's cold brew brands. I have failed my family. Good afternoon, chat. You're looking mad cute today. I would like to thank you all for the love on the anthem I made. You and Hassan have made my year. I actually can't describe how much that meant to me. Thanks and stay pog. Ye. Asshole. Where my dog's at? As pog. preview capri haha we won the war if you can't preview can't preview can't preview can't pre haha we won the war if you can't preview can't preview can't preview can't pre haha we won the war if you can't preview can't preview can't PR. Hassel, I love the Hosannabai community and chat. Hassel, have a wonderful Friday and weekend, everybody. It's Friday, DN. Already. Hassel of my himbo hassle. Hey chat. Asboggers. Stream butter by BTS.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny, fucking beautiful and sunny California, Los Angeles. And we are live once again. And I hope the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic day. Now, a little windy here, but it's so fucking nice out. It's crazy. Anyway, guys, it is May 21st, 2021, 11:55 a.m. And I'm 55 minutes late to the broadcast. What the fuck? Well, I'm late because I have some wonderful news, okay? I have been talking to a company to do like, you know, merchandise and stuff with, and I was talking to them. I have no teasers for you yet. I just have like, we're moving on. We secured a like fully union contractor here to make all the merchandising here in the United States. So it's a domestic union made product. So very excited on that. That was part of the reason why I was like, you know, taking a long ass time. So I've been, you know, I had another conversation, another call with them earlier today to discuss like, you know, branding and brand name and all this other stuff. So, you know, we're moving ahead, full steam ahead, boys, full steam ahead, boys. And that's the reason why I was late. I'm also in a really good mood right now, as you guys can probably tell. And part of the reason why I'm in a really good mood right now is because, one, I ended the stream early last night and immediately went to fucking work out. And god damn, does it make me feel good. I fucking worked out last night. Then I woke up early as fuck this morning and I worked out again, dude. It's just crazy. It's just, oh god, I worked out. I hung out with my family last night a little bit, We got some cool houses that I finally, some cool houses that I'm finally excited to actually go see, and maybe even put an offer on. You know, things. I don't want to fucking jinx it, but things seem to be on track, and I like that. I like when all of the endless amount of hours that I spend on this shit end up, you know, end up being solid. And end up paying off.
Twitch new pools, hot tubs,
so,
and beaches category.
Did you get laid to the new Olivia Rodrigo album? No, I listened to it because a lot of people on my timeline were posting about it, and I'm like, who is this Olivia Rodrigo person? Like, what's their deal? And I thought the visual was captivating. It was like her with the stickers all over her face. I was like, I'm gonna check this out. Let's see what's going on here. And then I listened to the album, and it's fucking good, dude. It's really good. She's a Disney kid actor, really? Oh, Jesus. Well, regardless, she's very talented. So, yeah, it's official, boys. I'm back. I'm listening to music again, even though it was short-lived. Don't get me wrong. I still went back to my regular podcast when I was I went back to my regular podcasting when I started working out again. So I am no longer the worst freak you've ever known. I'm like minimal freak. And a lot of people have been asking me like, what's your favorite song? It's obviously what the fuck is the name of it? God damn, dude, I'm so bad with like remembering shit. Is not even funny. Like I think I have literal memory loss for anything that is not immediately related to politics. It's brutal. Brutal is the song I like. It's really good. It's probably pretty obvious that it's probably everyone's favorite song from the album so far. I don't know, but it's really good.
Finishing my first year of college.
What's your music taste in general? You will literally never. You would need an entire team of scientists to be able to map down what kind of music I listen to. Because I listen to straight up everything, okay? Everything. So like, I will listen to like a Zoomer teeny bopper heartbreak album from a apparently 17-year-old. I didn't even know that, a Disney star. But then I also listen to fucking. I mean, I listen to all matter of like SoundCloud rap and everything else like that too. So I just listen to a lot of different shit. I mean, I even fuck with like hyperpop. So I listen to every. She's 18 years old. Okay, regardless, like young. Listen to black metal, Pussy. I used to when I was in college or in high school rather. I used to listen to a lot of like. I used to listen to metal. You listen to everything and nothing at the same time? Yes. J. Cole, mod check. I have not listened to the new J. Cole. Okay, listen, music fans. This is not your opportunity to be like, dog, what about my favorite artist? Okay? You can't. I will shut it down real quick. I do not listen to music, okay? And I've never liked Jermaine Cole. Sorry. It's just the truth. I don't like J. Cole. It's not for me. I like Kendrick Lamar. I don't like J. Cole's music. There you go. Now I've started a fucking... People have such profoundly personal relationships with music. It's like, it's different for everybody, okay? Just finished listening to J. Cole. Currently lost for words, man. Crying real tears, J. Cole, bro. This is quite possibly, quite literally, sincerely the worst possible music I've ever heard. My ears are dripping with blood. I am back to listening to real music from Playboi Carti. Okay, Whole Lot of Red was Whole Lot of Ass Cheeks. So, give me a fucking break. Bro, J. Cole exclusively makes music for motherfuckers that, like... think they're on the come up because they got an Herbalife deal. Okay, like just every. Actually, that's not even true. A lot of my nerd ass friends love J. Cole. Like Their music taste is so fucking, their music taste is so nerdy. I don't know how to describe it. He's the Jordan Peterson of music. It's true. Memory loss is a stoner self-report. What?
People, hey.
Why would I fucking not tell you guys if I am a stoner and if I'm like, you know, smoking the devil's lettuce?
You're the worst freak I've ever known. Boob. Pogo.
Anyway. Feel like you'd like punk? I mean, maybe. Anyway, regardless of the music, so personal news-wise, you know, things are fucking going all right. Please don't fuck it up for me, chat, by ruining my goddamn mood today, but you probably won't because I've been in a really good mood lately. Mostly because I've been dieting well, I've been working out well. It just makes me feel fucking good. The weather is good again. Like, shit, I feel fucking good. It's fucking white boy summer. You know what I'm saying? It's white boy summer. Ugh! Anyway,
6 months less to go.
So yeah, things are good. Can't wait for the rage at Israel violating the ceasefire like fucking immediately. Yeah, we're gonna talk about that obviously. Israel put together a ceasefire. Obviously, we're gonna talk about that. There's a Associated Press journalist who was fired from her job for supporting Palestine when she was in college, which is fucking insane.
No, Jake. Unsub.
And you know, I'm also excited about the Mario Space Odyssey gaming that I was doing as well. So I'm praying you get laid if you haven't already. Me too, my friend, me too.
Thanks for the bread pill.
Olivia follows you on Twitter. The music person, right? The music, is that who you're talking about?
Yo.
That means she's fucking woke, dude. There you go. And she's based. Listen, if your favorite artist follows me on Twitter, they probably have some fucking pretty solid politics in comparison to like 99% of Hollywood. That's just the truth.
Okay.
Like, she finds you only hot probably. Why the fuck would anyone follow me on Twitter then? Like, I rarely ever post photos on Twitter and exclusively post insane takes peppered in with weirdly horny statements about fish. People that follow me on Instagram, well, you're not really, you know, you're that could go either way. But
Caveman music,
like fucking Frank Ocean.
Clunk, clunk, clunk, clunk, clunk.
Son of a gun. Corday follows you. I'm so jealous. I was supposed to have him on Twitch like a long ass time ago. I should reach out to him. He was down to come on the stream like a long time ago. When he came out with that like diss track against J. Cole, I really liked his music already, and I reached out to him and I was like, yo, you should fucking, you want to come on the stream? And he was down to do it. So yeah. He's great. I really like him a lot. He is very good. He's lyrical, spiritual, mystical. Anyway. Your Twitter is 100 times better than your IG. It's because I don't feel hot. That's why. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. The reason why my Instagram is like kind of dog shit lately, it's like gotten a little bit better because I post more now. But it's just because I don't fucking feel hot. So when I don't feel hot, I don't want to take photos and like post it. I also don't have a lot of time to go do that. You know what I mean? So, because like no matter how much we clown on people that fucking post, like, that are just looking hot on the timeline and posting and shit, it's fucking hard, dude. It is hard to look sexy all the goddamn time and take photos of shit. Maybe it comes naturally to some people, but I'm not some people. It does not come naturally to me. So I literally have to fucking work out, get a haircut, you know, it's just like fix my fucking face.
7 months, Pog, great to be
So
here,
it's just hard. It's just hard. It's not easy to just like. Instagram is for boomers now. Don't worry about Insta. No, 100% not even. No one is even on that app anymore. This is literally not true. But yes, Instagram's age group is older for sure. Most of my search results on TikTok are are girls thirsting over you. I don't have like a lot of. I don't have a TikTok presence on my own, but.
At Hassan Abi, okay, but you think UFOs could.
But yeah, if you like I said, and I 100% believe this. If your favorite artist follows me on Twitter, they are probably fucking
my 10-year-old son just
politically very good, like better than 98 to 99% of Hollywood.
Again? Thanks for being part of my daily routine. Hassle.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm gonna start with the biggest news of the fucking day, boys. Obviously, dude. We're gonna talk about the hot tub meta. Finally, dude. Fucking finally, dude. Okay, hold on. Daycare is open and I'm late but live regardless.
Thanks for streaming.
Talking about Israel's ceasefire and immediate violation of it. AP journos firing for support for Palestine.
Had a 9-hour exam yesterday, glad it's over.
And most importantly, Twitch finally made a hot tub
best community on Twitch
streamer category. Get in now while it's hot. Let's go. www.twitch.tv. Oh shit, it's too long. Oh god, I hit the fucking. Okay, I'll have to delete the wallet. Get in now. Let's go. Okay. That's the fire. That's the fire tweet, dude. That's a fucking fire tweet, dude. Anyway, as I was saying earlier, boys, I apologize for being late. However, part of the reason why I feel good today, aside from the fact that I worked out and feel good because of that, because I always feel good when I work out, is that it's a special day today. A special day that we get to celebrate thanks to a bunch of, you know, militant labor action. A day that we get to celebrate once a week. It's like a gift, dude. And that is that it's motherfucking Friday, boys.
What you do,
you already know.
For your
you already know what it is, dude. It's Friday.
Mufasa, you know we finally here, right? Well, it's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday. Hey, hey,
let's do it. Let's
do it. Hey, hey, go, go. What? Go, go, go. What? What? What? What? Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa, Mufasa. Hey, hey, hey, hey. Move, move, move, move. Let's go, let's go. What? What? What? Hey, hey, hey.
As he did. No, you didn't, but he did. But he fucking did, dude. As he always does. All right, it's motherfucking Friday, boys. And I got to talk about a trend I've been seeing on my Instagram timeline, okay? Should we start with the hot tub streamer shit? Or should I go? I mean, I'm going to dive the fuck into Israel-Palestine afterwards. So let's talk about hot tub streams, baby. Let's do it. Over the past few weeks, we've seen and had many conversations about hot tub streams, and we want to address it candidly. The content brings up questions that are complex with few easy, clear answers. I agree. Complicated, they say. We're approaching it thoughtfully and respectfully, which is why we've taken our time to address it publicly after a lot of internal deliberation. Given the nuances, this is going to be a long post, but we wanted to explain in detail our thinking and approach, as well as the next steps, both in the short and long term. Oh my God, is this even... God damn, this is too much thinking. Not enough cooming. Much of the conversation we've seen has focused on the people who are streaming this and similar content, including assumptions about their motivations and intentions. And we want to make a few things clear. First and foremost, no one deserves to be harassed for the content they choose to stream, how they look, or who they are. True. And we will take action against anyone who perpetuates this kind of toxicity on our service. Good. Second, while we have guidelines about sexually suggestive content, being found to be sexy by others is not against our rules. And Twitch will not take enforcement action against women or anyone on our service for their perceived attractiveness. Thank God!
My wife left me, but at least I have you guys.
Boys, for a second. For a second, I thought sexy people were going to be prosecuted on this platform for being far too sexy for far too long. For far too long, ladies and gentlemen. For far too long. Sexy people have had a very hard time. For far too long, sexy people have been attacked. All around. Perceived as attractive by others is both a gift and a curse. For those of you who do not know, let me tell you. I don't know from personal experience, I just know from what sexy people have told me when they choose to have a conversation with me and grace me with their presence. Sometimes, sexy people have a hard time with too many people who want to help them out. Yeah, I bet you didn't think about that. Sometimes, sexy people have a hard time because people are upset by how attractive they are and want to ban them. They say, fuck you. Why are you so hot? I don't like that. Please stop being hot, they say. Well, for a lot of sexy people, they can't stop themselves from being hot. They simply are.
Arjan, hot tub stream when? Pogo.
We must raise awareness for the sexy folk out there. Or rather, the aesthetically gifted. I'm sick and tired of people shitting on sexy people. I myself, once again, am not one of the sexy people, but I will speak out for them. First, they came for the booba streamers, and I said something because I want to watch booba streamers. Then they came for the Dr. Disrespect, and I said nothing because I don't know what the fuck was going on, and we still don't have answers. But then they came for the hot tub streamers, and I fought back again. We fought back, ladies and gentlemen.
Just completed my bachelor.
Boys, girls, and NBs. And it feels like we won. The Coomers, the Believers, and the hot tub streamers. Finally, Twitch speaks out against the most marginalized community. Sexy ladies who want to sit in a hot tub and write people's names all over their bodies with a Sharpie. Finally. Anyway, okay. So, how our policies apply? There has been confusion around whether streams from hot tubs are permissible under our current policies, and we understand why our rules written nude, tired swimmer in context-appropriate situations. Okay, so it was vague already, and a lot of the booba streamers were taking advantage of the vagueness of the terms of service itself. Nudity or sexually explicit content, which we define as pornography, sex acts, and sexual services, are not allowed on Twitch. That makes sense. Okay, they're not performing a sex act or a sexual service or pornography. So again, it was in the line. Our intention with the sexually suggestive policy was to draw a line on content that is overtly or explicitly sexually suggestive, not ban all content that could be viewed as sexually suggestive, but acknowledge that our rules are not as clear as they could be. Prohibiting every form of content that could be interpreted as suggestive would also result in far more restrictions on the video games and premium content that we currently allow, especially considering the ways that female characters are sometimes objectified or presented in a sexualized manner. Sexually suggestive content and where to draw the line is an area that is particularly complex to assess. It's true, as sexual suggestiveness is a spectrum that involves some degree of personal interpretation of where the line falls, as opposed to determining whether or not there is nudity. The areola line, okay? We will always aim to avoid being overly punitive based on assumptions when we have taken enforcement action on this content. We've only done so in the case of a clear violation of our guidelines. To make the lines between what we consider to be overtly or explicitly sexual suggestive more clear, our team is planning to update our policies on sexually suggestive content in the upcoming months. I'm still worried about this because I feel like this is still going to be additionally restrictive for no fucking reason whatsoever. Yeah, but according to the 1964 Areola Accords, okay, you know, in the second titty fada, it was important, and you know, Coomers fought the incels. There was a battle lines were drawn, and now there is a 2-website solution to fucking the hot tub booba streams, which you can still go and watch. Okay, the war of areola attrition. We also want to address questions from our creators about suspending advertising on their channels on Twitch. Brands get to decide where and when their ads appear. Today, they can target or avoid specific categories of content and flag channels that don't meet their standards. This means that Twitch, in rare cases, will suspend advertising on a channel at the advertiser's request. We absolutely do not permit brands to use protected characteristics as a filter for advertising, targeting, or blocking. We recently suspended advertising on some channels that were flagged by the majority of our advertisers' base and failed to notify them. Our creators rely on us. I don't even believe that, by the way. I fucking doubt that, like, advertisers were like, we do not want to be on Amaranth's fucking stream. You know what I mean? Like, I doubt it, dude. Sorry. Look, you know, I love Twitch. They're very kind to me. They're very understanding of someone who is like politically, you know, someone who says a lot of fucking political shit, and they do stand by me in many ways and allow me to continue as long as I'm not violating their terms of service. So much respect. You guys should not forget that. Like, do not forget that. Okay. Having said that, though, you know, I just don't think that it is. I just don't think that that's like fucking, you know, like advertisers were like, we don't want to be on Amaranth's channel. Okay. Anyway, I think that was like a retaliatory action that they took. Specifically to shut incels the fuck up. Never cave. But it wasn't just incels either. There was actually a lot of criticism from other top female content creators. There was a lot of criticism from like a bunch of people. I think that criticism is or that energy was misspent and misattributed to the hot tub booba streamers in general, rather than like towards the literal fucking psychopathic weirdos who were just like, OnlyFans win, Pogo, booba stream win, Pogo. Okay. Anyway. What's next? We recognize that our diverse global community has a broad range of interests and preferences, and not all the content allowed on Twitch is relevant to everyone. Okay, this shit's boring. So basically, they're introducing a new category: pools, hot tubs, and beaches. If you've chosen swimwear that is allowed under the swim and beaches contextual exception to our standard nudity and attire policy, you should stream into the pools, hot tubs, and beaches category. We'll be reaching out to creators with more details on how to use this category moving forward. This is not intended to be our long-term solution to improve brand targeting capabilities and increase personalization in our recommendations. It does, however, solve a few issues for all audiences in the near term. Creators can continue to stream content that falls into the category as long as it doesn't violate our guidelines. Viewers can better avoid recommendations for content that they don't want to see, and those wishing to view this content will have an easier time finding it. And brands can either opt in or out of this category based on whether it aligns with their target audiences, like they can today with any other category. The pools, hot tubs, and beaches category is live today. This article provides more information about what kind of content should be streamed in this category. We have a lot of work to do, and it's going to take time to implement the changes we've outlined. I don't really know what changed. Like, they just added a category for it, I guess. Anyway. So we have it right here. Wait, hold on. I don't want to... Thickest hot tub streamer. Okay. So here's what's gonna... Here is the problem. Here's the problem. Okay? I'm not gonna scroll down because there's probably pornography down there. Because, like, whenever you scroll down to, like, different... Whenever you, you know, go down to, like, fucking 10 viewer Andy broadcast, like, half of that is memes like this one that says shameless. And then half of that is literally fucking, you know, dicks and shit. So I don't want to fuck myself over by, like, showing you the category. Because I think Twitch will fucking ban you, even if it's their fault that that exists. So... At least they'll finally get out of my recommended. I mean, it probably won't, boys. If you're so consistently angry about hot tub streamers that you end up watching clips of hot tub streamers on LSF and shit, that probably factors into your search engine optimization. Like, or you probably watch it secretly, and it doesn't matter. There is nothing wrong with, like, having a hot tub streamer promoted to you. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you some sort of weirdo zealot? Like, I don't understand. Like, what? You saw some nice titties in the corner of your fucking eye on a thumbnail for like 3.5 seconds. Like, what happened? Do you have to go... Abdest almak lazım abi, bozduk şimdi. Yeah, go. You have to go to the fucking fountain and wash yourself once again to ensure your purity. What if they're a girl and not interested? Okay, perfect. I don't think girls are fucking losing their shit over seeing a titty on the corner of their goddamn screen. And even then, if they are, then what the fuck is wrong with you? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize that we had a specific rule set for girls seeing titties versus guys seeing titties. It's for sure personalized. I never get them recommended. I saw some posts from 16-year-old girls saying they kept getting recommended hot tub streamers because they follow female creators. Okay. I mean, but this is serious. Like, okay. So what happens? Like, look, I know, look, children are precious. Okay. And I am very careful with the way I address things like that. Because I'm not some fucking weirdo freak, right? But, like, what happened? Okay, you're a 16-year-old girl and you saw, like, a hot tub stream recommended to you. What happened? I'm sorry. Did you fucking die? Are you a hot tub streamer yourself now? Like, what? Like, I will never understand this. Like, how is that an argument, dude? Oh, my God. A 16-year-old girl got a hot tub stream recommended to them? Holy shit.
Percent.
That's it. That's fucking delete, dude. Delete. Like, you're being ridiculous. What do you have to say to Milana's take saying that calling this isn't sexually suggestive? Dude, it is sexually suggestive. It is sexually suggestive. I think people that say it's not sexually suggestive are fucking lying. Of course it's sexually suggestive. It's sexually suggestive. but not to the degree where it violates the terms of service. Okay? We've had this conversation a million times over. And if it was fucking kids doing it, then it would be psychopathic and not allowed. Okay? Like, I don't know what people that fucking lose their shit over Amaranth said Turk Varma. Nice. Amaranth. Amaranth fucking going after her target market here. Hard body. That's a weird take. It's not a weird take. The issue is that the blanket algorithmic categorization of woman equals booba streamer is problematic and needs to be addressed. Like, that I can't speak to. I don't know. I can't speak on the back end stuff where it like automatically is like, oh, you watch Pokimane, so here, maybe you'll enjoy these hot tub streamers. Like, that is the only legitimate criticism that you can launch towards Twitch with respect to like what the algorithms end up recommending to you. It's not the worst fucking offense on the planet, but it's still fucked up because these algorithms, oftentimes, as we've talked about time and time again on this show, I just followed her on this stream. Algorithms are still created by human beings and therefore are susceptible to the same kinds of weirdo hierarchies that we already believe in on our daily on a daily basis, like in an everyday part of our lives, like racism. That's why you have, you know, those like fucking hand dryer machines not react when a black person's hand goes in there, because like they just didn't think about it because there was not a single black person that was hired by the company. Do you see what I'm saying? So like, it's understandable that like the algorithm would produce a result that reflects the same kind of pattern that we see on a daily basis in the real world, right? Like, and that is relative. That is a sexist thing. It is misogynistic, or rather sexist, to assume like, oh, let's loop all fucking female content creators together. Now, I don't know if that's real or not. I don't know if that's legitimately a problem or not. But on the back end, if that's actually a problem, you know, but if the algorithm works in the way, and I don't know how the fucking algorithm works, but if the algorithm works in a way where it's like, female streamer, all female streamers are now, you know, you should watch all these other female streamers because you've watched a female streamer, well, that's stupid. But as Tino's points out, and a lot of people are speculating here as well in the chat, most of that stuff is driven by overlapping viewership. So maybe some Coomers watch Pokimane, and then Coomers go and watch fucking hot tub booba streamers. And then that's the reason why if you watch Pokimane, but you're not interested in the hot tub booba shit, because of all the other people that might be interested in the hot tub booba shit, you end up getting that promoted to you because, like, here's what Pokimane viewers like. Does that make sense? It's true though. Many guys only watch girl streamers. Do they? I don't know. My friend did a TED talk about the biases of algorithms on the internet and social media. Super interesting. Yes, algorithms always have biases because they're created by humans. And also machine learning happens over human interaction. So there's still the same fucking set of biases that exist in the real world that reflect itself in AI.
Time for the 7 months of excellent entertainment, Hassan YouTube chat. Hassle.
And if the algo didn't suggest hot tub content, it would directly affect their ability to make a living? Wait, what do you mean? A lot of people upset want to blame the streamer rather than blame Twitch for their algorithms associating all women streamers as sexually suggestive content, similar to how people get mad at fast food workers for the low wages of EMS. I mean, overlapping viewership and also within the same games you watch, typically I get recommended random streamers in a game category all the time. Yeah, like if I'm playing a video game, then and you watch through me playing a fucking video game, then you're going to see other streamers that probably play that video game as well. You're going to get those streamers recommended. What is this? Twitch.tv/PC Gamer? What the fuck is this?
Yeah, you.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. I love that. It's true though. Absolutely zero people fucking hate when there's like dicks and pussies and titties and shit in Witcher, but all of a sudden when it's a fucking real booba, you're like, blah, blah, blah, blah.
Let's go.
16-year-old girls, especially in this day and age with social media and Photoshop, have a very fragile sense of self-confidence and well-being around body image and whatnot. So when they see a hot tub streamer with big boobs, it further reinstates in their mind that this is what guys look for and watch and can be triggering for them. That is, and I'm afraid to say this, the most psychotic, I'm sorry to say this, but that is the most psychotic thing I've ever heard. Because the self-defeating part of that argument is that you are inundated with like ridiculous body goals and basically you're browbeaten into developing body dysmorphia by every facet of your life.
I'm a robot, beep, boop, bop.
So that's why booba streamers are bad. Like, the fuck are you saying, dude? A lot of this stuff honestly resembles like, I can't make an analogy to it, but it's just like people grasping at straws. Like it just feels like there's something indecent about it. Okay? And part of the reason why you feel indecent about it is because you are conditioned into believing that modesty is something that's important. It's a moral thing. We're a puritanical society here in America, and nudity and sexuality should be, hid behind closed doors. It's one form of control over another form of control over women for the most part. Specifically, women's sexuality should be hidden at all times, right? They can't fucking do whatever the fuck they want to their bodies. We should control that. We should make sure that, they are objects of our desire, and that desire should be personal, and that desire should be kept a secret. And it is a inherently conservative, inherently reactionary approach to this subject. And a lot of liberals can feel this way too. So, I urge you not to take the fucking Y'all Kata take here and be like, cover up, women. Cover up, women's. And instead, appreciate the booba streamer, if that's what you like. I say this as someone, and you can literally see this, like, I say this as someone who has watched 0 hours of fucking booba streams. Like, you can cap me all you want. I am not embarrassed by it. I'm literally defending it against a sea of people who hold on to the popular opinion, the popular position that like this should not exist on the platform. So why the fuck would I lie about that? I will never understand. I mean, I guess Twitch's chat. This is like the way chat fucking, makes fun of Amaranth with Beg to Differ. I've already addressed this. Like, I have no problems with that. But I did that on stream back in 2018 when I was streaming. It's like a fucking meme. I think I rated Amaranth one time as well. Way back in the day. I think it was like related to the two. Really, really old fans of the show will know. Yeah, I 100% did. Because hot tube streamers are like your colleagues? What? Anyway. Have you seen Invincible? I love Invincible. It's so fucking good. I think the real issue is there's not enough caca. There's too much booba and not enough caca. Okay? Where are the male hot tub streamers? Why aren't they fucking flexing their pectorals, writing shit on their titties, on their male titties with Sharpie pens like, oh yeah. I'm serious, dude. What the fuck? Booba for all. Canute, you can save this. Canute, you are the last bastion, Canute. Show the world what male booba looks like. That's all I'm gonna say. Be the change you want to see in the world? Nah, I'm not gonna fucking do that. I am way too out of shape to do shit like that, boys. I told you guys, if I get down to like 13, 14% body fat, which, I'm slated to hit by the end of this summer, probably, if I keep going on the same trajectory with my diet and shit, I will do it. I'll do a hot tub stream, but it's just like, it's not going to happen anytime soon. You're kidding yourself if you don't think there are dudes already doing it. They just get no play, booba sells. I mean, yeah, probably. It's like, I mean, I hate to do like, this is not gender essentialism or anything like that, but I do legitimately feel like the things that men respond to sexually are a little different than the things that women respond to. We're generalizing, so obviously you're going to be like, that's not true for me. But from a completely fucking heterocentric POV, from a cis heteronormative POV, the shit that dudes are into, that I know of at least, is very simple. You see titty, you like it, okay? That's fucking tight. You're like, oh yes, under boob, side boob, all different parts of the fucking, everything that just like, everything, including the areola. This is like fun, okay? I feel like women don't respond to sexual shit like that. They want to crank it out to Twilight, okay? They want to crank it out to an experience that is all encompassing. They want to crank it out to a political broadcaster who speaks to them on a daily basis about issues that they care about, rather than, just fucking sitting in a hot tub. Okay? Now, having said that, obviously, some ladies love the bulgy-wulgy, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'm sure there are ladies out there who just want to see fucking, Don Draper's photos of him not wearing underwear. It's out there. But
hello, Hassan. Thank you for all you do. You have changed my life view for the better.
My point was a retort that what you said about 16-year-old girls not being annoyed by seeing hot tub streamers on their recommended page, because a lot are. No, I never said no one is annoyed by seeing hot tub streamers. I said women, by and large, I don't think are like annoyed by getting a recommendation. But aside from like other female Twitch streamers, but even if they are, I don't give a shit. Like, so don't get me wrong. I'm pointing out that like, I personally do not care. I think it's ridiculous to be like, oh fuck, I saw a booba. I saw side booba. Your POV is your own and should remain that way, LMAO. Yeah, well, their POV is their own and should remain that way as well then. Anyway. That's why I said, by the way, that's why I know that this was a very cis heteronormative take. I completely understand. I'm just like speaking from personal experience and what I have seen thus far. You know what I mean? It's not like I'm not speaking for everybody, and I literally even qualified it. I'm a disgusting breeder. Dude, the fucking winds are crazy today in LA. It's wild. Anyway. Maybe part of the people's problem is that the streamers wear bikinis that look more like lingerie than bikinis, so purposely sexually suggestive. Okay. How would you... The point is, you having that take is one thing, but then you asking Twitch to enforce upon that take is entirely separate. That's really difficult to enforce, dude. What do you want Twitch to fucking be like? Yeah, only a 3mm circumference beyond the areola needs to be covered, and if you don't actually cover that part, then you're actually in the lingerie section. Like, that's crazy. You can't fucking do that. Like, that you're adding a dress code, which is unironically worse overall. Like, I'm serious. I don't think people recognize that. I don't think people recognize the difficulties that come along with the difficulties that come along with regulating and moderating that kind of content. I just, it's silly. Anyway, so let's get to the main news story, obviously. Joe Rogan is both POC, Italian, and queer-coded, wrestles men, and it's the majority of the reason that you people don't like him. I love this. Dude, this shit is my fave, dude. It's so good. It's true. Fellas, wrestling is gay. I'm sorry. I said it. Someone had to fucking say it. Also, this dude is joking, obviously. But it's a good joke. It's funny. The Chapo boys are here, by the way, in Los Angeles. I want to fucking see. Felix texted me yesterday. I want to see if we can do something with them because I want to hang out with them. I miss them. It's been a long ass time since I saw them, so you know, excited to see the fucking boys, dude. Like 90% of your dumbass chat now thinks wrestling is actually gay. Fellas, it's pretty sus, okay? There's nothing wrong with it, but wrestling is pretty gay, dude. It's pretty gay, dude. I'm just saying. Fellas, is it bad that something is gay? Is the question you should be asking yourself. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is as gay as Turkish wrestling, though. Which is oil wrestling. What is this? Anti-fredophobia?
Like, I don't know. Like, would Chris Cuomo survive at a slightly different era? To find out that the guy's been, you know, helping his brother.
This shit is crazy, honestly. Like, the Chris Cuomo story we're gonna get to, it's fucking, it's wild. Like, we're gonna talk about that story in a second. But it pains me to cover it. Like, I was going to avoid covering it because, you know, himbo solidarity with Chris Cuomo. Like, he's done so much for himbo rights. He's done so much for himbo rights. But I think we are going to have to revoke his himbo card because, like, the attitude of a himbo is one that, like, it's not one of apathy. Like, a himbo is a naive man, a male bimbo, but also at the same time is kind and loving and attentive, okay? Even if on certain instances they might come across as out of touch.
Thank you.
Whereas what Chris Cuomo has done in the background is just like kind of takes him away from himbo status a little bit. Azan memes going mainstream? What? Wait, what is this?
It really does.
It really does, though.
Oh, that's...
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh my god, it literally does.
It really does, though.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment.
Wait, how old are you? 16. Interview? Oh my god, it literally does.
Damn, repost Randy, 90,000 views. Look at that, dude. Even the fucking boomers on Instagram are seeing it now. One of the top comments was, he's neurodivergent to bald. Being bald is, I don't think it's neurodivergent, but being bald is a disability is really funny. Who was saying, fuck. I think it was Internet Hippo yesterday that said, I think it should be a violation of HIPAA to ask, for girls to ask guys how tall they are.
Message. I mean, you shouldn't do that as a host of CNN, right? I mean, when you have him on as a guest, that's not, you know, but I think like CNN's inoculated on some level.
Well, I mean, my understanding is that everything that's bad that the Cuomo brothers ever did is just Italian culture. So that's
nice.
Brothers ever did is just Italian culture. So
wow, unacceptable. Only they get to say it. How dare you? How dare you?
That's yeah.
Discrimination.
But yeah. Exactly. It's the Sopranos. It's like anti-Italian discrimination.
This is the perfect himbo energy.
Just wondering, do you support like a type of LGBTQ?
LGBT.
Oh, LGBTQ. Nah, that's cool. We cool with that, right? We cool.
Yes.
Cool with that.
That is himbo energy. Yes. Yes. That is a... you captured the essence perfectly. You captured the essence perfectly, dude. My man said LGBTQ, like as in like he said it like it's a slur, dude. I swear to God.
Wondering, do you support like a type of LGBTQ?
LGBT.
LGBTQ. Nah, that's cool. We cool with that, right? We cool.
Oh, he just came out of prison? Oh, God. Oh, I don't even want to. Himbo Energy Outlandish, he just got out of jail, too? Okay, well, that's a little... I don't know, dude. I see tatted white guy coming out of jail. See, that's racism. That's anti-white racism, and I was about to partake in it by being like, I don't know. At least he's cool with the LGBTQ, though. Are you going to get to... Scoop, White House budget will not include key Biden campaign pledges such as the public option, prescription drugs reform, or student debt relief per sources. White House squarely focuses on $4 trillion in jobs and infrastructure and families plans. This is the least surprising news of the day. We'll get to it in a little bit. But yeah. He went to jail for beating up cops? No way. That's crazy. Don't do that. Obviously, that's illegal. And wow. That's a crazy thing he did and bad. But actually don't do that because you'll die. Especially if you're black. Definitely do not do that. Like...
You're fucking awesome, dude. Glad
okay.
you brought some leftist takes to Twitch.
So bad. Think I don't live in your shit country run by actual morons? Okay, fuck you, dude. All right? Don't make me go America on your ass, baby. God damn it. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Should we start off with Cuomo or should we go to... I was going to just dive into fucking Israel-Palestine. I'm just holding off on it because, like, I feel like every time I go back to Israel, it's like, it's done. That's all we're talking about today. And there's a lot of fucking thoughts I have, especially because I'm just going to fucking call out some homies right now, okay?
Sag.
During the 11 days of violence from the Israeli government, violence that resulted in the murdering of nearly 300 Palestinians, including 65 children, okay? I did not see a single one of these Hollywood celebrities that I follow or that follow me back. A lot of them did not post about that at all. They were fucking quiet, dude. They were real quiet, awfully quiet. And by the way, these guys aren't like Jewish people or anything like that. I'm not talking about like, you know, even though if you're Jewish, it's not a fucking monolith. You're not supposed to like unconditionally and uncritically defend Israel. That would be psychotic. There were, of course, celebrities who did. Bella Hadid, you know, Zayn Malik, Gigi Hadid, like celebrities that have some connection to Palestine or are Muslim themselves, you know, that sort of thing. So I saw crickets on the timeline, okay? And unlike, and this is something that I will say about Palestine in general, like any kind of fucking sentiment expressed, any kind of solidarity expressed towards the Palestinian people is still good because it's in the very early stages of the Western world paying attention to the Palestinian struggle for the first time ever. So like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, why aren't you posting about BLM? You know, because like that reached terminal velocity already. And then it started getting commoditized and fucking bastardized immediately, neutered, all that sort of stuff. So now it's like not a problematic thing to fucking post hashtag BLM or throw up a black fist. IGN did it, which I respected a lot. And I talked about it extensively. Now, having said that, aside from like the obvious people like Mark Ruffalo, Sarah Silverman, these like very thoughtful, very empathetic celebrities that are also activists who are routinely in these circles, I didn't see it from like regular fucking normie celebs at all beyond like, you know, Bella Hadid and stuff. However, I did start seeing something new on my timeline recently. This thing called a blue square. Now, the black square in solidarity with Black Lives Matter was something that I criticized at the time, if you remember, because I thought it was fucking whack, slacktivist bullshit that was unproductive and dumb as fuck. Now I'm seeing some people post like stand against anti-Semitism and posting a blue square. Now, I find it's just starting. It's just starting. The blue square shit is just starting. It hasn't like happened yet. I've only seen it. I've only seen it recently, but you might start seeing it. But now that is a post that I guess is to show that you stand against anti-Semitism, and it's like, the fuck? Of course. We all stand against anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is disgusting. It's horrible. It has been used to justify the Holocaust and so many other atrocities that the international Jewish community has faced. But I find it rather odd that you would, post a blue square, which is just symbolic anyway. You're not fucking tackling anti-Semitism. I also find it rather funny that it's a literal blue square, which is, of course, most closely associated with the police. So the same people that fucking literally posted black squares to do that like bullshit bottom of the barrel hashtag slacktivism are now posting blue squares immediately after a police state decided to, bomb the living shit out of the people that they have subjected to brutal occupation. So really, really perfect. The blue square is actually really perfect for that with respect to that. Anyway, so, but very nice. No, the blue square wasn't about, no, it wasn't about Sudan. No, the blue squares that people are posting now are posting about Israel. Or not even Israel, sorry, about anti-Semitism. This is from a while ago. What you're talking about is from 2019. That's not what this is. It's not going to fucking pop off yet. Just wait. It has to be some fucking 4chan shit. Yeah, anyway. Just wait.
One blatant example of how Western.
Hey, Subi is fucking great. He's great, dude. I met him years ago at VidCon. He's a fucking OG fan. He's the man, and he's been posting on his Instagram nonstop about Palestine.
Media favors Israel and vilifies.
Thank you for teaching Jews how to feel about anti-Semitism. I assume you will cover all the crimes recently as you did with Black Lives Matter. Says hit women. Boys, do you want to my wonderful Jewish community in here? Do you want this guy hit women to be representative? Is that hit women? My man's name is Hit Women. Account created in 2018. Nice one, Twitch. Anyway.
Palestine is how they report deaths on both sides. For Israelis, they'll say 10 Israelis were massacred by Palestinian rockets. And then for Palestinians, they'll say 10 Palestinians died. Like they just passed out and never woke up. How'd they die, John? One blatant example of—
Damn, bro, this is a fucking... I literally tweeted this exact same thing like yesterday. Anyway, no, he's Subi's good. He's good. He's speaking out a lot about it. Dude, what the fuck? Why don't we support a two-site solution? Okay, shut up. Anyway, so where was I? Yeah, so I thought it was rather strange that people are just like posting about this stuff. Even though, listen, and I have to fucking mention this again and again and again so that people don't fucking misunderstand my position, okay? Anti-Semitism, especially in the West, is a fucking gigantic problem. It is. It is a fucking huge problem, okay? And it is growing. Partially growing as a consequence of weirdo fucking MAGA dudes who are then Nazis and like literally did a Jews will not replace us type fucking tiki torch convention not that long ago in celebration of Donald Trump, who happens to be Bibi Netanyahu's close fucking friend, by the way. Because Bibi Netanyahu is also a far-right nationalist psychopath. Anyway. Having said that, though, I find that are you saying that anti-Semitism isn't an issue? That's not what I'm saying. So you're saying anti-Semitism is not a problem. Again, I love this, dude. I fucking love this. This is it. This is literally the reason. This is literally the reason why this fucking campaign started. I'm sorry. This campaign started straight up so motherfuckers could be like, oh, dude, you're fucking anti-Semitic. Oh, I got it. Oh, you're being anti-Semitic. I got it. Fucking finally. While I'm literally in the process of explaining anti-Semitism is a gigantic fucking problem, like, especially in the West as well, this motherfucker's like, so you're saying you're against, so you're saying anti-Semitism isn't a problem. Of course it is. Okay? Of course it is. This, I'm sorry, is very similar to, are you saying all lives don't matter? Okay? Except the main difference here is that, like, white people in the concept of whiteness, the way we understand it and the way we fucking have talked about it throughout history is a dominant oppressor, whereas Jewish people are not. Jewish people have historically been oppressed. So using that as a cudgel, as a way to fucking deflect away from the crimes of Israel, I think is fucking disgusting. So that's my 2 cents on the matter. If you had nothing to say about fucking Israel bombing the fuck out of the Gaza Strip and beating the shit out of Palestinians and evicting them and the Israeli occupation, and then fucking the day of the ceasefire, you fucking turn around and you put up a blue square to be like, anti-Semitism is a significant problem and we need to stop it, then you are either duped by other motherfuckers that are smarter than you that duped you into fucking posting that, or you're a fucking coward. Okay? I didn't hear that. I didn't hear a single person fucking bring this shit up. It's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. Why is it fucked up? Because one, you are participating or playing a role in an unironically anti-Semitic concept such as equating the international Jewish community to Israel, okay? You're literally locking Jewish people into defending Israel and saying that they're fucking, that they're, saying that, like, they're all Israel. All Jews represent Israel, and Israel represents all Jews. This is not the case. This is not the truth. There are so many Jews, especially in the fucking West, that are anti-Zionist or against Israel's actions. There are even fucking liberal Zionists that are like, oh, I don't like Bibi Netanyahu. I wish he would go away. Now, there's obviously different reasons for why some people say that. But ultimately, yeah, it's no different. You guys have seen this every day. Take a break from covering Palestine deaths and recount every anti-Semitic crime and apologize for Armenian genocide. Am I doing this right? That is no different than people being like, oh, you're talking about the Palestinian deaths. How about the Armenian genocide? That is literally the same shit. Okay? It's literally the same fucking shit. You're only bringing that up as a deflection. It's also indecent because there are so many people who care about Palestinians from the point of view of humanity, because they're humanitarians. They believe in empathy. They believe in peaceful coexistence and autonomy for all human beings. And then you're making it seem like you're pitting them against like fucking people that are doing anti-Semitic acts against Jews in the West. And that's fucking bullshit, dude. It's such bullshit. Anyway, so that's what really fucking frustrates me. Okay, that really frustrates me. I've seen this, and I know that it's gonna like pop off soon, and I know that like coming soon to a fucking internet discourse near you, the way to fucking recreate the the narrative, the pro-IDF, pro-Zionism narrative, the way to recapture the attention of Western media is by literally conflating
enjoy your weekend.
Anti-Israel, like conflating criticisms against Israel's violent occupation to anti-Semitism. And this is the way they're going to do it. And there is more legitimate claim for fucking people to say, like, I hate anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is fucked up, because anti-Semitism is an ongoing problem, especially in Western societies. Okay? It is. So that makes it, in my opinion, additionally indecent. It literally makes it additionally fucking indecent to, like, use a real issue as a way to deflect away from the issues that Israel is engaging in. When Israel and Jews are not married to one another, okay? They're not tied to one another. This is something I stress all the fucking time to people that come into my community, to people that come into my chat. I don't criticize you for being Jewish. That'd be fucking anti-Semitic. I don't have a problem with religious freedom in any capacity, okay? I criticize people because you come here and you decide to fucking defend Israel's violent actions against Palestinians. That is entirely separate and completely fucking unacceptable. Anyway. So, Tankies use the same tactic when you criticize China, xenophobia. How do we deal with fascist and authoritarians co-opting identity politics? I mean, I laugh at people that say your criticisms of China are xenophobic. Okay? It's fucking stupid. Who gives a shit? Like, who literally gives a shit? Shut up. And also, no one takes Tanky seriously. So, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you're being ridiculous if you think that, like, there is legitimate, I don't know, if there is, like, legitimate criticisms coming from Tankies that, like, anyone takes seriously. Even Marxist-Leninists don't take other Marxist-Leninists or Stalinists seriously. So it's like 3 people that you have gotten upset over on the internet, okay? If you're going to get upset over something, get upset over something legitimate. But here's one thing you shouldn't get upset over. It's top of the hour, which means there's a 60-second ad break coming to you right now. After that, I'm going to go into the Al-Aqsa Mosque violence that is already occurring again. Literally not one fucking full day since the ceasefire from Israel, and they're already beating the shit out of people that are at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. So if you like to no longer see the ads, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5, or you can subscribe for free by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Okay? You get a free fucking Twitch Prime, and with your free Twitch Prime, you can use it on me, your favorite broadcaster, streamer, whatever, and fucking enjoy a ad-free broadcasting experience. Here's the fucking Prime now. There it is. Or ad now. Wait, what the fuck? What just happened? Is this a multiplayer ad? What is this? What the fuck? What is this? I have no idea what's going on here right now. Okay, that's very weird. Sorry. I don't know why that's happening. I don't know what the fuck it is. Maybe it's I know that they're doing like new kinds of ads. I tested it before as to see what it was, but usually what used to happen, you get bits if people vote or something. Yeah, but usually what used to happen is I could opt out of that. And I usually every single time I run an ad, I opt out of it. So I don't know why it's like now doing interactive ads.
Almost 2 years since we lost Jeffrey Epstein.
I've done it before, so I'm surprised. Yeah, the 14-year-old Wyoming story is I'm gonna talk about it in a little bit. Hold on. It's just some real freak shit going on in America. Anyway, so yeah. So as far as the latest updates goes from Palestine, Israel Hamas agreed to terms of a ceasefire, which was still kept a secret by Israel. Israeli police then immediately stormed the Al Aqsa Mosque compound and fired tear gas at Palestinians celebrating the ceasefire at their Friday prayers, after their Friday prayers. Here it is, boys. Here's what the Israeli ceasefire looks like to Palestinians. But Hamas, right? Hamas started it, right? Hamas started it, right? So let me tell you something. This is why I was worried about the fucking ceasefire thing. You are a defendant in a GTRP trial today? Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Like, you want me to fucking stop literally what I'm doing, my news coverage, to go and like sit through fucking Grand Theft Auto roleplay court? Are you brain dead? Are you delusional? Is there something wrong with your head? Yeah, let me do fucking fake jury duty in a video game instead of my political news coverage, dude. God damn. So, I guess ceasefire, in accordance with Israeli authorities, a ceasefire just means, you know, a ceasing of the rocket fire, not necessarily rubber bullets. I mean, they're still firing that shit. Tear gas canisters can still be fired upon Palestinians. Now, for the record, I need you to understand, there was a ceasefire leading up to this latest bombing campaign by Israel. That ceasefire was broken, or rather violated, by this exact same fucking action, and that's the reason why Hamas gave a 12-day warning to Israel saying, you will not evict or you will not fucking remove Palestinians from Sheikh Jarrah, and you will take your fucking troops away lest we retaliate. Okay? This is exactly how the original thing started. This is exactly how the original exactly how the fucking original conflict, this iteration of the conflict started, dude. They are 100% doing this on purpose. They are 100% doing this on purpose, dude. Here. Look at this fucking riot, dude. Look at this riot that the IDF had to fucking push back against.
Mass Effect 20.
No, they are trying they are literally what this is right in front of your eyes. I need you to fucking understand. What is happening right in front of your eyes is Israel saying, here's a ceasefire, and then immediately violating that ceasefire by trying to provoke Hamas, or rather the militant wing of Hamas, to retaliate. Okay? This is how you radicalize people into seeing Hamas as their only form of resistance or retaliation. Okay? These people
we are wearing the same shirt.
They're dying. They're dying every fucking day. They're being murdered. They're being brutalized by the Israeli occupation, by the Israeli government. So for them, the only fucking person that like pushes back and at least makes Israel feel a little bit of hurt from their actions is the fucking Hamas's militant wing. So you are, if you want to stop fucking Hamas, or if you want to stop like bombing campaigns that go pretty much nowhere, okay, from the Hamas side at least, then stop doing this shit, okay? Stop.
Thank you for being based.
These people have no retaliation, no recourse, no rights, nothing, dude. Nothing. They have nothing.
Been in this community since October. Thank you for informing me on these issues, Hassel.
This is their everyday existence. They can't even fucking celebrate
Ceasefire is when you fire tear gas on Palestinians. Pepega.
They can't even celebrate a fucking ceasefire, dude. And the real reason why this ceasefire, I was like skeptical of the ceasefire, and I said it originally, was because I knew some shit like this was going to happen. Imagine celebrating after like the Israeli government fucking murdered nearly 300 of your fellow Palestinian civilians. Like, you're still celebrating because at least it's stopped. You know what I mean? Within the Gaza Strip. All this does, and I've been saying this already, but all this does is make it harder to fucking incorporate Palestinians into whatever the ultimate societal formation of Israel is going to look like. But if you are an ultra-nationalist, far-right, reactionary Zionist, you want that so that you can justify pogroms, so you can justify purging the Palestinians that live within the boundaries of Israel currently. Okay? That's the reason. That's so they don't give a shit. They don't want fucking integration. They don't want anything. They want either complete fucking cultural erasure, and they want to be able to control the entirety of this land, and they've historically always wanted this. And I said before, and I said this already, like even people like Yitzhak Rabin, who are celebrated by liberal progressive Zionists as a more understanding, like of the Palestinian plight. He is not. Like, these motherfuckers, and that guy literally got assassinated, by the way, by a right-wing Israeli for even dealing with Palestinians and putting together a fucking peace deal. Like, even those people do not want Palestine to exist. They don't want a Palestinian state. There is no two states. Okay? They want to control Palestinian territory and keep controlling every part of their fucking lives.
To tell the Palestinians, abandon your fantasy of destroying Israel. Abandon the fantasy that you will conquer Jerusalem.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is facing battles on many fronts. In the Golan Heights, he's dealing with new threats from Iranian forces.
I don't understand how Vice News literally went from like doing coverage at the fucking wall, at the Gaza wall and shit, and like actually speaking truth to power with regards to Israel, to then getting owned by fucking Rupert Murdoch and literally turning around and just interviewing war criminal Bibi Netanyahu. It's crazy to me, dude. What a fucking insane turn of events, dude.
Absolutely insane that so much of this boils down to evangelicals wanting to fulfill their
Syria.
end times prophecy.
He's also facing international condemnation from the killing of Palestinians at the Gaza border.
Hey, remember, boys, this is from 2018. This fucking happened. I just want you guys to remember. This happened because Palestinians dared to demonstrate at the fucking fence, okay? At the Israeli fence. They murked the fuck out of Palestinian civilians. They killed, what, like 65 people in one fucking day, including a medic that they then turned around and lied and said was working with Hamas and deceptively edited footage to make it seem like that person deserved to be sniped. When not a single one of those people deserved to be fucking murdered by snipers. This was a peaceful, absolutely peaceful protest. No arms, nothing. And they sniped like 65 Palestinians in one fucking day. Women and children. And back then, they said the exact same shit. These are women and children that are telegenically dead.
We traveled to Jerusalem to ask him how his administration is responding.
That's the Iranian drone we shot down. It's got a wing here, fixed wing here.
So this was an Iranian drone sent over Golan Heights. You
Right.
shot it down. They then sent missiles and artillery to attack
Right.
you on Golan Heights, and then you. So
Right.
this was the start of everything.
That
right
was
here.
it. That was
This
it.
was the
And you
beginning.
see it. The center was blown up by our interception, but these are
Yeah, this was an Israeli drone. Iranian drone that we blew up, which is why we had to murder women and children. Sorry. We had to literally snipe the women and children that were at the
opening up
fence.
my eyes against
Remember,
mainstream media
boys,
for a while,
remember
but I
when they
guess even
fucking
Vice has its
unironically
limits.
would say shit like, during 2018, I don't know if you guys were around, but a lot of you weren't. Maybe you weren't paying attention, but like, I remember the justifications for like murdering fucking Palestinians at the fence. One of the justifications was like, they have kites. They're using kites to drop like a Molotov cocktail into like Israeli agriculture. Like they would literally fucking kill people that had kites and were throwing rocks, saying that like, you know, this is the reason why we have to murder every single fucking Palestinian dude, or that they were cutting a fence to get in so they can do murder within the border, within the Israeli boundaries.
Any 30 months as buff.
Unable to stop flaming kites, Israel moves to choke off Gaza.
the parts that come from the center. And I think it's the first time that we're showing this.
It's the first time.
Yeah.
How do you know it was 100% Iranian?
We know for sure because this is an Iranian drone. You can see pictures of this drone, by the way, in Iran itself. We also have, obviously, the intelligence. We were aware that they were doing this. They had explosives in this drone, too.
You have intelligence that the Revolutionary Guards are moving in other weapons.
Right.
What happens? Does this escalate?
I hope not, because I hope they'll get the message that we're not.
Wasn't this where they made the 2-for-1 merch for sniping pregnant women? Yeah, I think so.
Not going to let them do it.
The day before our meeting, the U.S. officially moved its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, setting off a massive protest in the Gaza Strip that ended with at least 60 Palestinians dead. Today was a historic day. The embassy opened here in Jerusalem, but yet at the same time there were unprecedented riots in Gaza.
Not riots.
Or
deliberate infiltration attempts.
Not riots. Deliberate infiltration attempts, dude. That's wonderful. Yeah, no. These are terrorists that wanted to infiltrate and fucking threaten the security of Israelis, dude. I mean, Vice kind of sucks, but weren't they like in your house yesterday, 2 days ago? And no, this is Shane Smith's Vice. He's no longer there. And Vice literally has some of the best fucking journalists and some of the worst, like, bullshit American mainstream media imperialist propaganda at the same time. So it's more complicated than to just say, like, they're fucking all dog shit across the board all the goddamn time. Like, their coverage in Jerusalem, their latest coverage in Jerusalem is wonderful. It was actually really fucking good. We watched it on stream. I don't know if you remember the Vice one. That was really fucking good. That was solid. It featured the struggles of the Palestinians perfectly. It was really fucking good, and you can't shit on that. Then they also collaborate and partner with the Saudi government. And I remember, like, I never actually watched it on stream, but they were literally doing coverage on like why it's good that Saudi Arabia is doing genocide in Yemen because of all of the because Saudi Arabia cares about the Jews and Christians living in Yemen. And that's why they've created a man-made famine there. Like, it's nuts.
Paid and organized by Hamas.
For 20 years, they didn't open the embassy because they were afraid of violence. And now the embassy was opened and there was violence. So what do you say to the criticism that's coming from around the world?
I think that President Trump did a very important thing.
He fucking... Dude, they love Trump in Israel, boys. I mean, come on. Look, I'm sorry, liberal Zionists in here in the chat, like, maybe that conflicts a little bit with your worldview or what the values that you supposedly espouse, but, like, you're really going to tell me that they don't fucking love Donald Trump? Like, and also thought that it was poggers that he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. Like, they fucking do. Like, let's be real. So maybe that conflicts with your worldview a little bit because, like, you absolutely despise Donald Trump. Obviously, if you're a liberal in the West, like, you fucking are supposed to hate, you're supposed to hate Donald Trump. So maybe that comes across a little strange that Donald Trump, the far-right reactionary psychopathic bloodthirsty monster that is Bibi Netanyahu, and American evangelicals that are like QAnon supporters and shit all agree on the same issue that you do. You're fucking progressive in every meaningful capacity, but for some reason, you literally find yourself siding with these psychopathic fascists. I wonder why. Yeah, I know. This is nothing. 71% of Israelis approve of Trump, but his global ratings are mostly negative. I wonder why 71% of Israelis approve of Donald Trump. Just like I wonder why yesterday another poll came out that like Israel is 69%, I believe, in support of like continuing the bombing campaign on Gaza.
Hassan, what happened to your blue back massage thing? You should bring it back.
Anyway. They named a settlement after Trump called Trump Heights. Israel names illegal Golan settlement after Trump. That's wonderful, dude. Oh, sorry. It wasn't 69. It was 72% of Israelis currently believe that the ceasefire should not have happened and the bombing should have continued. Like a tiny sliver of Israelis believe that the bombing should stop. By the way, I just want to say something, okay? Like, and a similar attitude exists with like Kurds in Turkey, okay? It's not as bad, even though the Turkish government does take action very similar to the Israeli government and has historically taken action against Kurds very similar to the Israeli government, where you know, destroying fucking villages that belong to Kurds, all this other stuff, saying that every fucking Kurd is PKK, every Kurd is PKK, or rather justifying it by, you know, doing this sort of thing. And I've talked about this before. And then, but because of that experience that I have from growing up in Turkey, I am uniquely qualified to talk about the issue of Israel from the point of view of someone who kind of understands why Israelis are so fucking reactionary towards Palestinians, because that's literally promoted in every facet of their goddamn lives, from every fucking media outlet, from every fucking from every orifice. You're just like pumped this kind of messaging, okay? And then not only that, but then also bombs explode, like literal bombs explode, and people fucking die. So when you hear that, like when you hear that you know, the PKK, or, which, by the way, I don't even agree with the actions of PKK, just for the record. Like, I am not pro-PKK in any meaningful capacity. But when you see the actions of Kurdish militant groups, whether it be PKK or something else, when you see them blow up a fucking bomb in a crowded area and murder a bunch of civilians, okay, when the warfare moves beyond like military members versus you know, armed liberation groups, okay, when you see that, you're like, okay, fuck these guys, like they fuck them, and you know, do whatever you can to suppress them violently, which is precisely why Israelis feel this way. A lot of Israelis feel the way that they do about Palestinians, because it's impossible to fucking escape that propaganda from your entire life, for your entire life that you've been fucking pumped full of, okay? And not only that, but also on top of that, there is the bombings that happen that freak people the fuck out. Anyway, stories about anti-Semitic attacks have flooded my timeline, always from pro-Israel people and outlets who deny humanity to Palestinians, similar to how alt-right uses 1350 to justify police brutality. Anyway. Comparing the Turkey versus PKK situation with Israel versus Palestine It's not the same. I'm already stating that it's not the same, even though there are similarities, like the erasure of any sort of Kurdish identity in a deliberate attempt by the government to forcibly assimilate Kurdish people into Turkish culture. The only difference in that situation, and a significant difference in that situation, is that the Kurdish uprisings or the Kurdish movements, and I hate to say this because a lot of fucking Kurds are in here and a lot of fucking Western lefties are in here that are going to maul super hard, but they're backed by Western nations and the American government, backed into purposely fucking revolting so that they can be used as a cudgel or as a fucking militant group against any Middle Eastern nation in that moment that they can use against. That shit does not happen with fucking Palestinians. Palestinians are not working alongside Western nations against Israel. That's not a hot take. I mean, I think some people get fucking mad because they see, like, you know, women Peshmerga and they jerk off to like the idea, this notion that there is like an Ancom Kurdistan Rojava, when that is not ever going to happen. Unfortunately, it would be sick if it could, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. And the reason why it's never going to happen is because the only Kurdish nation state formation in that region will be a puppet state for Western imperialists. That's the reality. You do differentiate between the PKK and YPG and SDF? Yes, I do. You're leaving out of context. They only want to stop once they get the bodies of the 2 killed IDF soldiers back. Still terrible, but it's not like they want to keep bombing Gaza for its own sake. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking? You're fucking insane. I know that a lot of Kurds support Israel. Really? I would be very surprised. Anyway, have you listened to Robert Evans' The Woman's War, though? No, and I don't... No, motherfucker. And no, no, that... Anyway, I'm not going to get into that right now, okay? Some of that shit is literally directly fucking CIA girl boss power propaganda, okay? I'm sorry. Turks lying about Kurds supporting Israel to justify their oppression. It wouldn't surprise me if a lot of Western-facing Kurds supported Israel because they want to build a fucking nation state. It's one of the largest. It is literally one of the largest nationless ethnic groups out there. I think 35 million Kurds live in both. 35 million Kurds live in both Turkey, Syria, Iran, Iraq, and all around this area, and they have no nation, and they historically have been literally fucking oppressed nonstop by every other fucking country that they are, every other country that they happen to be within the borders of. But separatist Kurds in Turkey supporting Israel makes sense because they want Western help. They want there to be an Israeli-style Kurdish nation state. So while the intentions are honest and justifiable to build an autonomous nation state for themselves, doing it through Western imperialist expansion is, as we are seeing right before our eyes, the worst fucking way to do it. Anyway.
Love you, honey. Come here, give me a kiss, smooch.
Rojava doesn't even have U.S. support anymore, though? Yeah, no shit. Of course it doesn't. Because if you ever thought that there was going to be a fucking legitimate communist formation that was Kurdish, you're fucking delusional, dude. That is the most insane... Like, literally talk to any Kurd, and they will tell you that they themselves know that their conditional allegiance with America and Western powers is just for as long as they can fucking keep, like, fighting in the region and continuously destabilizing the region and, like, pushing back against, like, Turkish military actions and shit like that. Okay? Like, even they know. But they have no other option. So they're like, yeah, fuck it. I'll take the guns and I'll take the training. Fuck it. Yeah. But if you consider... if you consider that to be like... I mean, I don't know how to describe it. Isn't Kurdish Iraq pretty autonomous? Yeah, thanks to, again, American intervention. Anyway, not in Turkey though. Remember, Turkey's in NATO, and it is mostly in Iraq, Syria, because the U.S. wouldn't risk backing PKK. Yes, the PKK is considered a terror organization by international authorities because of Turkey's status in NATO and important geopolitical condition against Russia as a consequence of its, again, NATO status. So, of course, there's a distinction that people make between PKK and YPG, which is one I make as well. But regardless, it doesn't even fucking matter, okay? Geographically, the Kurdistan region has a lot of untapped oil, hence the Western influence. Yes, that's another reason for it as well. I don't think they're considered a terrorist organization anymore. No, they are still considered a terrorist organization, but they are no longer... I mean, they're not real. They're like a fucking boogeyman at this point. Anyway. So, the reason why I mentioned this is so that, like, I wanted to fucking help you understand, like, the region is very, very difficult to fucking explain without, like, literally living in it, okay? There is, like, 100 different factions with different flavors and different parties, different ideologies, different goals. Enemies fucking get together and fight other enemies. Like, it is very difficult to fucking explain. It is complex in that respect, okay? And then this is happening, and then America or Western regions or Western nations are like, fuck that, we're getting involved because there's oil there. There's fucking, mineral supplies that we could take advantage of. So, we're going to go in there and do our own thing. So, like, obviously, it is difficult to explain from that point of view. And that's why I, like, literally talk about, that's why I wanted to briefly talk about, like, I get why so many Israelis are so fucking insane and so reactionary as it pertains to Palestinian existence, okay? All right?
Oil omega.
I know where this is coming from. It's still unjustifiable regardless. And I said this is a Turkish person against the treatment, mistreatment, and displacement of Kurds within Turkish boundaries. Everybody, including you, has imperfect information that is biased by lots of propaganda about the region. Dog, I mean, you're talking to someone who literally fucking grew up in the like, if you're saying my information is biased about Turkey, then I don't know what else to fucking tell you when, like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not biased information beyond, like, the peak of whatever kind of fucking information you can get. Aren't Turks and Kurds virtually the same looking and culturally extremely similar? Why is there so much disdain between them? Part of it is religious conflict. Other is because there is no fucking... Kurds got a shitty deal when a lot of the fucking nationalist uprisings were happening in the end of the Ottoman Empire, where they weren't able to secure, like, a Western fucking deal to build out their own nation state. Okay? Anyway. Do you think that Hamas is just a placeholder that Israel used in order to bomb the shit out of Palestine because America has invested like $500 million to make Al-Qaeda videos, by the way, much lower from Saudi Arabia? No. I don't think Hamas is a placeholder. I think Hamas's existence justifies Israeli bombing campaigns, which is great for Netanyahu and other reactionaries that want to fucking wipe out the entirety of the Gaza Strip and keep eliminating as many Palestinians as possible, you know, population control. Having said that, however, no. Hamas's military arm, and I use these very carefully, okay? Hamas's military arm is unfortunately the only fucking group that currently is able to retaliate towards Israel's actions against Palestinians. Which is why whenever you fucking hear Palestinian leaders that isn't a part of the Palestinian Authority, Mahmoud Abbas and the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank is like is seen as like a puppet state for, or a puppet government for Israeli values for the most part, and a lot of Palestinians are super critical of Abbas. Okay, but the reason why this is the only thing they have, and it's why I report on it the way that I do, is because they have no other option. There is nothing. No one fucking fights back against Israel.
George
Palestinians, both the millions of Palestinians that are living in diaspora and the millions of Palestinians living on historic Palestinian soil, whether it is like the occupied West Bank or the Gaza open-air prison, feel as though no one is on their side. There is not a single person. The Gulf states are not on their fucking side. So the only people that the only individuals they can rely on is Hamas to push back. Because if you recognize that every state and every people has a right to defend themselves in an armed effort as well, then, and if you see that as a justification for why IDF takes the violent actions that they do, then you have to fucking admit what Hamas is doing is exactly the same, if not even more justifiable. And the reason for why it would be more justifiable is because they have nothing. They're throwing fucking man-made rockets into Israel, and Israel retaliates by very purposely and very deliberately bombing the shit out of the Gaza Strip that they already control in its entirety. These are desperate people, okay? Sorry, it's just the truth. They're fucking desperate. They have nothing. They have no one that pushes back for them. They have no one that makes anyone pay a price for fucking brutalizing them. Do you see what I'm saying? Zionist chat gonna attack you? Doesn't making Palestinians effectively stateless violate their international rights? There are enough people on the side of the Palestinians. Only country to keep them under occupation is the U.S. If the U.S. stops supporting Israel, Palestine would be free. That's literally not true. That's not true. Like what? You think fucking France or Germany or the UK actually fucking support Palestinians? No, they don't. Like, if they did, or Italy, they wouldn't be giving fucking Israel more weapons, dude. Canada? You think Canada fucking supports Palestinians? No. This situation is the same as like the designation or the distinction between like liberal Zionists and hyper-reactionary Zionists, okay? Both of them do not want Palestinians to fucking exist in that region. One of them is like more tolerant and more ethical in the way that they want to deal with the genocide or oppression or occupation. The other is just straight up like they're dogs. They need to be cleansed. They need to be ethnically cleansed. Please ethnically cleanse them immediately. Okay? Like, so Canada's support is like, yeah, Israel, please stop your occupation. Come on. Also, here are some guns and weapons and bombs. Maybe they should organize against Hamas, you know, like you advocate Americans do. Come on, homie. Dude, I cannot begin to imagine how fucking privileged of a take that is. Like, organize against Hamas, how? With what, dude? Also, why would they? How do you not see this? Like, I'm trying to describe the situation to you. If you want Palestinians to be the fucking woke, tolerant, civilized society that you think the Western civilizations are, even though we are not civilized in any meaningful capacity, we're horrible monsters, okay? Then stop bombing them and allow them to have fucking elections and shit and end the occupation. If you're being starved, if your communications in every capacity is being controlled by your occupying force, if 90% of your water is unclean and impossible, if the UN has declared your area, the Gaza Strip, to be uninhabitable by 2020 before the fucking Israeli bombing campaign started, then how do you expect these motherfuckers to be like, oh, okay, well, I know that we're being bombed right now, but we should probably fucking, build a town hall, which will be bombed into oblivion by Israel tomorrow, where we get together and decide to have a fair and free election. Like, that's crazy. They are under a blockade. They have no airports. They have no air traffic. They have a waterfront. Like, they have literally access to the water, which they can't even fucking reach because Israel controls it. There's a blockade. There is nothing. They have nothing. So you can fucking woke scold Hamas and wag your finger all day, as I do from time to time as well. They are a fucking Islamist fundamentalist, reactionary group of fucking weirdos. Obviously, they're not allies of mine in any meaningful capacity, but I also recognize why Palestinians that have been subjected to untold amounts of cruelty would probably be like, well, we have no one. We have nothing. We have no way to do elections. We have nothing. Even if they were doing an election and they elected Hamas, I would still be understanding of it because that's the only form of a standing army that they have. And that was deliberate. And that's precisely why, in order to paint them as the perfect fucking villain, Israel backed Hamas's formation in 1987. Israeli generals did as a matter of public record. Okay? So I get so mad whenever people are like, why are Iranians so not woke? It's like, motherfucker, why do you think? Look at history. What happened in Iran? Okay? Well, what happened in Iran is British Petroleum had oil refineries and they were exploiting the fuck out of the ripe natural resources in Iran, and the democratically socialist government decided, no, we need to take these oil refineries and actually, use this ripe natural resource for ourselves and our own people. Guess what? That was unacceptable and a big no-no. And ever since then, with more and more anti-imperialist and anti-Western takes getting conflated by brutal, reactionary, horrifying fucking fundamentalist Islamist dipshits, using that as an opportunity to get fucking elected, the Iranian government has become more and more intolerant. You are not doing any favors for Gaza. You're just running propaganda. You are always welcome to come here and study and support from here. Yeah, so I can get fucking murdered? No thanks, dude. And I don't mean in Gaza. I mean in fucking Israel.
7 months hassle.
Motherfucker, I don't even go to Turkey. You really think I'm going to go to Israel, dude? Are you crazy? Catch a fucking stray from some like psychopathic religious nut, far right Zionist dude that is like ultra nationalist who just fucking murders me and then goes to prison for like 3 years and is out in 2 on good behavior. Yeah, dude, let me do that.
As buff.
Tayyip gidince geleceğim mi? Evet. Tayyip giderse gelirim Türkiye'ye. Bomba patlamıyor, korkma. Lan ne bombası mal? Türkiye'nin kendi Erdoğan'dan korkuyorum amına koyayım. Bombadan değil. You should have Enes Kanter, the NBA player, on. He's banned from returning to Turkey. Yeah, fuck Enes Kanter, motherfucker. Okay? Just because I hate Erdogan doesn't mean I like Fethullah Gülen, who is a fucking CIA asset and even more of a fake religious fucking leader than Erdogan is. See, this is why it's so complicated. Okay? They fuck Enes Kanter and fuck Fethullah Gülen. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, like, motherfuckers be like, oh no, Enes Kanter is not allowed to go back to Turkey. How unfathomable. It's like, well, why does he fucking support the Fethullah Gülen backed coup that was backed by America then? Like, come on, dude. Anyway. You say all those stuff about 90% of the water is dirty and there are no economy, and I agree, I think it should change, but you can't expect it to change when the only force that is in the sort of that change area take money that is sent to improve the life of buying. Dude. This is such a fucking idiotic take, dude. First of all, Israel controls all water supply in Palestine, okay? In both the occupied West Bank, which is an illegal act by the international community, okay? With the exception of the United States and Israel, okay? It's completely illegal. And also controls all the water inside of Gaza. They could literally fucking not pump dirty water into Gaza. They could allow Gaza to clean its water supply. But when you say, why are they fucking building tunnels and buying weapons with the money instead of, you know, creating hospitals? I don't know. Maybe because when you fucking make a hospital, Israel bombs it the next week, dude. Like, that's what I mean. If you stopped fucking actually bombing Palestine, maybe they could fucking rebuild. But you control the cement too, because then you say, oh, they're fucking literally building, what do you call it? They're literally building tunnels with the cement, so they can't do that. Israel blows up their fucking salination plants. Israel does not allow new development to occur, both in the West Bank, by the way, the occupied West Bank. It takes 15 fucking years to build a goddamn well. Israel has destroyed 400 water wells, dude. How do you sit there and act like, oh my God, I care so much about the Palestinians, but like, maybe they should stop fucking fighting back. And then not recognize that for the past 12 fucking days, Israel blew up the only fucking COVID area that the Palestinians had in the Gaza Strip, murdered the fucking only neurosurgeon in that area, to 2+ million Palestinians rely on one fucking neurosurgeon, murdered 15 children that were literally being treated for PTSD from previous bombing campaigns with one fucking bomb, blew up one media building that literally housed the Associated Press, okay? The Associated Press for 15 fucking years. And 2 refugee camps. So you're going to sit here and tell me, why won't they build more refugee camps? They bomb them. They fucking bomb them nonstop. And they do it on purpose. And then you motherfuckers turn around and act like that's not happening. Or if it is happening, it's like actually a good thing that it's happening. Because Hamas was there in secret. And no one saw it. Even the Associated Press didn't see it. Yeah. The Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, a nonprofit organization. Their fucking main office blew the fuck up. What are you supposed to do? What are they supposed to do? What are the Palestinians supposed to do? It's crazy to me. This is not even 24 hours after Israel declared a ceasefire, dude. And they're already at Al-Aqsa Mosque, beating the shit out of the Palestinians that are celebrating that ceasefire. That's crazy to me, dude. Do you think it'd be a good idea if the third-party army like Egypt or Jordan to defend Palestinian lands in the Al-Aqsa Mosque? Absolutely not. Because then it's further justification for fucking Israel to literally wipe out Lebanon or wipe out the Egyptian military. It's literally the same thing that originally happened that Israelis use as a justification for why they maintain control over the entirety of historic Palestine now. Are you kidding me? It's all out fucking war. It would never happen, especially because the Egyptian military and the Lebanese military, for the most part, they have no fucking firepower in comparison to Israeli firepower. Israel likes to act like they're the fucking small bean, tiny country surrounded by, villains and shit. But they're a nuclear power with one of the most impressive militaries on the planet, dude. It's crazy. And they're backed by literally the largest military on the planet. That would never happen. Also, Arabs, sorry, they just don't know how to fight. Like, I know that sounds very fucking Turk supremacist, but like, literally, historically, Arabs, you can't fight. You just, like, as an organized military, Arabs have historically been dog shit at fighting. Sorry, I'm just gonna say it. Apologies to the fucking Arabs, but like, you're good at guerrilla warfare, okay? But it's terrible. Like, absolutely terrible. Historically, it's like the Arab nations are like 0 for 20 in all warfare against like Western imperialist powers. Hezbollah isn't nothing to Israel. I agree. But Hezbollah will be used as a justification for, and I don't mean that for the Iranians or Turks, by the way, but the other Arab nations haven't had a really good go at it. So they were only good at fighting the Ottomans? Yeah, because it was guerrilla warfare. Yeah. They were only good at Lawrence of Arabia style fucking delivering the final blow in the MENA region to a dying fucking Ottoman Empire on its death throes. They took Spain, LMAO. Listen, motherfucker. You can't mention the Soviets because, again, that literally goes into insurgency and guerrilla warfare. I already said that. And if you talk about Spain, it's a ridiculous fucking mention. It's like saying Turks are good because Ottoman Empire. Only Turkey, Iran, and Saudi Arabia can challenge Israel. Saudi Arabia ain't challenging shit, dude. Saudi Arabia is America's fucking lapdog through and through. So are most Gulf states now. Get the fuck out of here. Saudi Arabia can threaten Israel with what? Kisses, dude? With hugs and kisses? Yeah, dude. Yeah, big threat to Israel from Saudi Arabia, dude. Anyway. There was a time and place when Arab nations were powerful, united, and were able to conquer European territories, but that time is long gone. I'm sorry, Arabs. Don't get fucking mad at me, but it's the truth. Historically speaking. Anyway, as far as like Hezbollah is a threat. Just like Hamas to a degree is a threat to Israel because listen, here's the thing. Like, Hamas has nothing, okay? Palestinians have nothing. So they're trying to make the most of whatever the fuck they have in an effort to retaliate against a nation state that is like 1,000,000 times more powerful than them, okay? It's like a fucking kid pushing back against like an adult beating the shit out of them by like with a gun by slapping them in the fucking face. But all of a sudden that kid can maybe punch a little bit harder next year. And then maybe they're going to be able to punch even a little bit harder the year after that. And that's what is threatening to Israeli authorities as far as like military power and military development. Having said that, there's nothing. Like they have nothing ultimately, and despite the fact that their technology is growing, with Hamas technology, weapons technology growing, and having a capability to reach every part of Israel, being a significant technological development for Israel, that threatens Israeli sovereignty, and then also on top of that having like Hezbollah from the Lebanon side. Well, that becomes a genuine problem for fucking the Israeli occupation. The relative power between Israel and Saudi Arabia is easy to visualize. Israel can level a news building without consequence, but Saudi Arabia barely gets away with poisoning a journalist. Okay, first of all, they didn't poison a journalist. They literally fucking chopped him. And that journalist was an American legal permanent resident at the Washington Post. And they fucking chopped him in a Turkish embassy. And if it wasn't for the fucking Turkish embassy bugging the absolute living shit out of all of their embassies, we wouldn't have even heard about it or known about it. And secondly, they did get away with it. Donald Trump was literally like, yeah, we're just going to fucking keep selling him weapons. And then when Joe Biden came to power, they were like, oh, Jack, don't do it. Don't chop journalists next time, Jack. Here's a big finger wag to you. And they still kept selling weapons to Saudi Arabia. So nothing happened. Oh, also on top of that, Saudi Arabia, very similar to Israel, by the way, America's greatest ally in the region, by the way, is currently doing genocide in Yemen. So obviously, no, nothing has happened to the Saudi administration. It's crazy. We're still selling weapons to Saudi Arabia because, you know, we need to give them weapons to defend their sovereignty in the region against Iran. So
not only kept his promise and the promises of successive American presidents, he also recognized a simple reality.
Bow Bow in the chat said the Palestinian relief fund is actually Hamas fund. Yes, he's fucking trolling, dude. Bow Bow is not that. Bow Bow is literally one of my oldest fucking trolls in the chat. How do you take anything he says seriously? I'm surprised he didn't. I'm surprised he still hasn't brought up the fact that like you can buy vegan boots in the IDF, and that's why they're technically more morally superior to Palestinians in general, who still engage in the mass rape and slaughter and caging of animals. Like, genuinely shocked that he hasn't brought that up yet. Anyway, that's why I didn't fucking mention it or move past it. Vegan gay idea, but also illegal to be gay. I mean, it's not illegal to be gay in Israel, but it's you can't get gay married in Israel. It's not recognized by the state unless you do it somewhere else. And also on top of that, they like, wait, he said rape of animals? Yeah, to make milk. Vegans talk about milk as like the raping of cows. And then, you know, taking babies out, prematuring without consent. Yeah, get the consent of the cows, dude, to take their children and murder them. What the fuck? I can't believe Mr. Beast did this, dude. Pog! Poggers! Yeah, Mr. Bass, dude. This is so good. This is a hilarious meme. Oh, man. Also, it's a reminder that it's top of the fucking hour, boys. It's time for a 60-second ad break coming to you right now. You can avoid those ads, of course, by subscribing. I don't know if it's going to be a fucking multiplayer ad or whatever the fuck they're called, or just a regular one, but a 1-minute ad is coming right now. You can subscribe for free with a fucking Twitch Prime, okay? Get those primers. Did he actually do it? Yeah, he did. It's crazy. He literally bought Historic Palestine back, dude. I wonder, I just retweeted that saying more like Mr. Based. I wonder if people will say that's anti-Semitic of me to say. Historic Palestine. I don't see him donating it to Turkey. Have we failed to realize that the UN gives out free genocide cards to all races? Israel's just using theirs. Yeah. Abi Sedat Peker kim ve olayları ne bilmiyorum. Lütfen bana Sedat Peker diye yazıp duruyorsunuz amına koyayım. Bakmayacağım. Okey? 33.000 tane Amerikalı var burada amına koyayım. 10 tane Türk için Sedat Peker coverage'ı mı yapayım Türkçe sizin için? Manyak mısınız abi? Allah Allah. Türklere bak amına koyayım. 10 liralık subscriber aldılar. Başladığından beri durmuyorlar amına koyayım. Durmuyorlar. Abi 10 liralık subscriber yaparım seni sikerim ha. No, I just like there's some like random Turkish shit that's going on. I don't know what it is and I haven't paid attention to it. But a lot of Turks want me to cover it and I'm like, "Damn, bro, y'all are acting different, dude. Now that you got that fucking 10 lira subscription, y'all have been acting different lately, dude." Okay, chill, Turks. Chill.
Sitting now in the government office of the Israeli government in Jerusalem. The Prime Minister's office is right here in Jerusalem. The Israeli government, the seat of Israel's government is in Jerusalem, which is its capital. And it's been the capital of the Jewish people only for 3,000 years. And I think that's the key ultimately to peace. Because a peace that's based on lies will crash on the rocks of Middle East realities. And it's time to tell the Palestinians, abandon your fantasy of destroying Israel. Abandon the fantasy that you will conquer Jerusalem. Abandon the fantasy that says Israel will disappear. It will not.
But didn't they not do it for 20 years because they didn't want it to preempt a peace process, so i.e. in a negotiation where, because Palestine believes that it's a capital too, so it's a dual capital or what have you, so they didn't want to say, well, in case this is a negotiating block, we're taking it off the table.
Well, I think what he took off the table is the fact that Jerusalem is Israel's capital. He didn't define exactly, where the line would be in Jerusalem, but he said it's very clear that this part, where we're sitting now, is whatever is going to remain Israel's capital. He's right.
The Prime Minister's spokesman was just as adamant that actually it's the Israelis whose lives are in danger.
A genocidal terrorist organization that long before any embassy was spoken about, Hamas, was calling to kill every single Jew. We can't afford to just say, well, that's hyperbole. Maybe they don't mean it. The head of Hamas, Yahya Sinwar, said, سَنَقْتَلَعَ الْحُدُودُ وَسَنَقْتَلَعَ قُلُوبُهُم. We will tear down the border and we will tear out their hearts. I take him at his word. I think he's trying to tear down the border because he's trying to destroy Israel.
But tanks against rocks is not a fair fight.
Well, long before...
Why didn't he carry that energy with Netanyahu, boys? What happened?
Before any tank was used, we used riot dispersal methods. I'll tell you what makes it so hard to not hit anybody who isn't involved. It's the fact that they're shooting from behind kids. That's why...
Dude, that is such bullshit, dude. Bro, sorry. They're just shooting behind kids, bro. Come on, bro. TLDR, eski AKP mafyası kuyruğuna basınca bütün AKP'yi ifşa ediyor. 6 bölüm yayınlandı. 1 saatlik ve toplamda 20-30 milyon izlenmeye ulaştı. Oh, okay. I'll look at it. I'll look at it. Okay. Fucking Turks, dude. God damn it. I fucking hate... I hate Erdogan and the Erdogan regime so fucking much. I swear to God. I called Bibi a war criminal and my Jewish housemate was not happy with me. We talked it out and agreed to disagree, but stood my ground. Thanks for your knowledge about all this. Bakma amına koyayım, değmez zamanına. It's just another fucking flavor of like
I just like listening to other people's languages even if I don't know what
it's yet another fucking flavor of the month of like Erdogan's criminal fucking regime. They are so corrupt, dude. They are so fucking corrupt. I don't know how to describe it. Like they are literally it resembles the Putin regime in a very similar capacity. Like it's just so permanent and so fucking corrupt, and I don't know how else to describe it. Like it's just they're insanely fucking corrupt. The difference between Turkey and Russia, however, is that In the aftermath of Erdogan, Turkey will be in a better position overall. In the aftermath of Vladimir Putin, Russia is fucked because Vladimir Putin has solidified his control over the entirety of the existence of Russia in a way that like Erdogan hasn't been able to do, despite the fact that he has tried, and he's really, really, really tried. Okay? İbok etti yine Türklerin ağzına laf verdim. Bak talk Palestine and I have a very interesting group of Aisha Esquire, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. I have a very interesting like group of Turks that watch me because I defend. So here I'm going to tell you guys something here. Because I defend you know, Muslims, I have a lot of like very religious Turks that watch me, both in Germany and like all around the other world, like especially like religious Turks that watch me. And whenever I defend Islam or Muslims and their right to fucking, you know, be able to be Muslim, then the atheists, like the cringy ass r/atheist Turks, which I 100% was, okay? I was one of those motherfuckers, especially growing up in Turkey, with a significant distaste for any sort of fucking, any sort of Muslim, like any sort of Muslim Turk being like fundamentalist in any capacity, all right? So those guys fucking act out. And then, so when I shit on Erdogan and Erdogan's regime, there are like really fucking Muslim conservative, more conservative Turks that love when I shit on America that act out and they're like, whoa, whoa, whoa, Erdogan reis. He's reis. He is Başkan. You fucking bastard. You American assimilate dog. I shit on you. It used to happen a lot more in my chat, but it doesn't happen anymore because I think all those motherfuckers just left. Erdoğan ülkede ateist sayısını 2'ye katladı. Yok. Now I don't think anyone who likes Erdogan watches me anymore, but that used to happen all the time.
Hassle.
Wait, Turks like Erdogan? Of course Turks like Erdogan, dude. Almost 50% of the country likes him. Not anymore, but, you know, in the last... It's now down to like 30, but there was a point in time... he can still build a fucking coalition to reach like nearly 50% because of the dogs in Ülkücü MHP dogs that are fucking supposedly, you know, pan-Turkic or whatever. But they're a bunch of fucking lame-ass gray wolf pussies. Okay? But, yeah, JJJ. Gerizekalılar. Anyway. But there was a point in time, for a very long time in the formation, like AKP had a crazy support, like 50%. And now it's much less.
Hey big boy, happy 13.
Also, on white people wearing kufiyas in solidarity with Palestine. Big disagreement with my roommates right now. I ordered one from a Palestinian shop. What? Dude, your roommates need to chill the fuck out, dude. What the fuck? You're gonna be mad at a motherfucker for demonstrating solidarity with Palestinians? Like, what fucking Palestinian would get upset at that, dude? I don't know. I'm just gonna say something, okay? Palestinians don't have room to have like that overcorrective woke liberal shit. Most Palestinians I know, whether they're living in diaspora or whether they're living in fucking Palestine, absolutely love any mention of Palestine that is like remotely positive. Okay? Like literally any mention of Palestine that's remotely positive, Palestinians see as a fucking in the benefit column. Because as you have seen, and as I was going to talk about already today, support for Palestine still is a, unfortunately, very controversial fucking subject that, unfortunately, a very controversial subject that, like, literally gets you fired from places. Also, the other thing is, like, as far as wearing a kufiya, like, I've fucking worn it for many years. I have a Palestinian British fashion designer friend of mine that, like, has sent me all their fucking cardigans that have that pattern on it, and I wear it all the goddamn time. I used to wear it in my videos. Not a single person has ever fucking been like, how dare you do that? You're white Turkish. You're a white Turk. Like, that would be ridiculous. Dude, Erdogan was even pro-LGBT and lives in Turkey, supported him? Wait, what? No, Erdogan's support was withering away. The only reason why he was able to fucking recreate a semblance of support in the country and build a fucking coalition government and then have a referendum that ended up changing Turkey from a parliamentary system to a presidential one was because America decided that, you know, maybe it's better off if fucking Fethullah Gülen runs the country after all. Let's do a little baby coup d'etat. Come on. Let's do a little fucking... let's do a little bit of coup d'etat. Come on, just as a treat, let's do a coup. And then when that shit happened, obviously he re-galvanized his base. Anyway, it's hard to describe. Is CHP better? No, CHP is dog shit too. CHP is like closest to the American Democratic Party. They're supposedly social Democrats. Okay, it's supposed to be the Social Democrat Party, but even then, they're a fucking joke. They're laughable, especially because CHP is literally the fucking reason why Erdogan came to power to begin with. Because at the time, Deniz Baykal was in charge of CHP, and they were fucking dog shit, okay? It was so bad. Like, CHP is supposed to be Atatürk's party, okay? They're supposed to be like the actual, they're supposed to be the actual fucking liberal, Western-facing Turkish party. It's not even, it's seen as the coastal elite party because they kind of are the coastal elite party. But they are nowhere near, I mean, nowhere near as bad as AKP, obviously. So what are Turks supposed to do? I mean, it's like America. What are Americans supposed to do? You're stuck between fucking Democrats and Republicans. Democrats are dog shit. Republicans are monsters. So you end up voting for the fucking lesser evil over and over and over again. The best thing you can do in Turkey, however, because of the parliament, is at least push for a coalition government. Where you can have like other more left-leaning parties play a significant role within any sort of parliamentary development, so you can literally create gridlock and have them have a voice. CHP'li milliyetçiler sevmiyor artık partiyi. CHP artık öyle değil. Ulusalcılar sevmiyor CHP'yi. Sosyal demokrat oldukları için gerçekten. I think Kılıçdaroğlu is good. I just think that, you know, I need to see some fucking movement first. Anyway. TKP last chance? I mean, the Turkish Communist Party actually fucking made some significant movement in Tunceli. Like, there are wonderful developments in other parts of Turkey for the Communist Party. I mean, they're otherwise like, they are otherwise powerless for the most part. Guys, Turkey was America's lapdog in the Cold War. You need to remember, we are a NATO country. So of course, America, in the exact same capacity that they did all around the fucking world, funded and facilitated ultranationalist movements within Turkey, which completely eviscerated any sort of fucking leftist movement that could have ever existed. Okay? They were all branded terrorists. They were all murdered. They were all fucking prosecuted and purged. A lot of them were also Kurdish too. So there is not a lot of, it's part of the reason why the only other like comparable Western facing or OECD Western nation that has a worse unionization rate than fucking America is Turkey. Anyway. Abi TKP çöp. Eğer partiye üye olursan başkanın yazdığı kitapları almak zorunda, yoksa atılıyorsun. 1970'lerde Kıbrıs Harekatı falan ABD'ye karşı çıkıyorduk. Sonra darbe yaptı kodumun sağcıları. Yeah. Hayır, Karadenizli değilim. Ne alakası var amına koyayım? Ne Karadeniz oğlum? İstanbulluyuz biz. Karadenizli misin abi, cevap ver diyor herif ya. Karadenizli bir halim mi var? Amına koyayım. Anyway.
Why they're burning tires to
Dikmen çocuğusun ama. Evet, Ankara'da Dikmen'de de yaşadık ama.
a smoke screen to make it harder to see who's a civilian and who's an armed combatant. But Hamas has no concern whatsoever for their people. We could be wonderful allies with Palestinians living in Gaza. Why not?
Yeah, totally, dude. Totally. See, that's what I mean when I say, I don't know what this dude is. I don't know who this dude is, but that's the difference between ultra-nationalist Zionists and liberal Zionists, because he does sound like a fucking liberal, okay? The difference is one says, no, we gotta fucking purge them. Like, you're crazy. They're terrorists. They're dogs. Who cares? They're in the bottom. They're the dog shit on the bottom of my shoe, okay? And then the other side is like, oh, come on. We could be wonderful allies, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas, but Hamas. Okay, what the fuck is Hamas doing, motherfucker? Yeah, they're Islamist fundamentalists, okay? But, like, the reason why they're fucking retaliating is because you keep fucking oppressing Palestinians. So they're two sides of the same bullshit fucking coin.
People are not the problem. The regime is the problem.
Yeah, the people are not the problem, is the regime. Yeah, same thing could be said about fucking Israel. Why didn't Shane Smith go to fucking like, is there another video where Shane Smith actually goes and talks to the administrative branch of Hamas or some shit, or no? Probably not. I assume not at all.
Hasboggers.
Anyway. Ekrem İmamoğlu hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Severiz. İyidir. Kılıçdaroğlu da iyidir. Lafım yok hiçbirine. Amına koyayım. Erdoğan olmasın da ne olursa olsun. Allah belasını versin o AKP'nin tamamıyla. Abi Kürtçe biliyor musun? Nereden Kürtçe bileyim abi? Ben Kürt değilim ki.
Turkeys.
Sorulara bak abi ya, yemin ediyorum. Arada bir Türklere cevap vereyim diyorum abi. Ondan sonra kafayı yiyorlar ya. Yani sorulara bak. Karadenizli misin? Kürtçe biliyor musun? Kürt'ten daha Kürtsün çünkü amına koyayım. Ha öyle, evet. ...31 çekiyor musun abi? Yok, çekmiyorum amına koyayım. Tabii ki de çekiyorum. Manyak mısın? Anyway, okay. Kanka mod yap, beni banlayayım, hepsini sikiyorlar chat'i. Turks want to become mods in the chat so they can fucking regulate against other Turks. Do a little bit of Turk on Turk violence. Ya çok özel saçma sorular geliyor, kendi gündeminden devam aga. Anyway. So there was another thing I wanted to talk about. Is there any news coverage that you guys have seen from the Associated Press firing the journalist. So we talk about why it is Editor World. Okay. So I still talk about like how it is considered to be controversial, okay? How it's considered to be fucking controversial to be pro-Palestine. Not many have covered this, except for the New York Post, I guess. And also TRT, the Turkish government broadcasters covered this. So I'm going to show you guys the news story real quick. So not even 2 days after Israel with lies claiming that like Hamas was doing intelligence out of this building that was occupied by the media, bombed the building that the Associated Press was in for 15 fucking years. The Associated Press, of course, retaliated by 1, asking Netanyahu if there was any proof, and then 2, by literally fucking firing a pro-Palestinian Associated Press local news reporter. Why did they do this? Because apparently she was a part of a pro-Palestinian group, a student group in college, okay, that worked alongside another organization that worked alongside the Holy Land Front, or whatever the fuck that one group is that was caught funneling $12 million to Hamas. Okay? So it wasn't even directly fucking supporting Hamas or anything like that. Just watch. I want to show you this. Literally right after she fucking got hired too, for sharing tweets condemning political bias when reporting on Palestine and Israel. Objectivity feels fickle when the basic terms we use to report news implicitly stake a claim. Using Israel but never Palestine, or war but never siege and occupation are political choices, yet the media make those exact choices all the time without being flagged as biased. Absolutely true, by the way. 100%. Is Hamas a governing body or just a resistance group? I can't understand. Hamas is one of the many resistance groups that was formed for Palestinian liberation against the Israeli occupation. Hamas was formed as an Islamist fundamentalist group that applied a lot of welfare policies and was I guess funded in part by the Israeli government, specifically as a counterweight against the PLO and more left-leaning and Marxist Palestinian liberation groups. Okay, so that's what the fuck Hamas is. Now, Hamas is the only fucking thing that Palestinians have that resembles any sort of militant oppression or militant retaliation towards the unjustifiable actions that Israel commits, the atrocities Israel commits against Palestinians on a daily fucking basis. Hamas also has 2 different wings. One is the administrative branch, okay, which I will separate from the militant wing of Hamas, which closely resembles a whatever formation that you could consider to be a standing army. Okay, the administrative branch of Hamas wants legitimacy. They want to be like the fucking singular voice and governance for all Palestinians. The Hamas as the militant branch of Hamas is still Islamist and fundamentalist, and there's also Islamic Jihad, which is another group as well that is even more fucking fundamentalist and more Islamist, and they're also declared a terrorist organization. But as far as Hamas goes, there's 2 different kinds of Hamas, and the people of Palestine they voted in the administrative branch of Hamas, and the people of Palestine see the militant wing of Hamas as the only fucking group of people that will fight back against Israel's atrocities against Palestinians, both within the boundaries of Israel and also the occupied West Bank territory, and of course, Gaza. AP accused Emily Wilder of showing bias without giving specifics. Wilder, who is Jewish, has advocated for human rights and was a part of the Justice for Palestine student group in Stanford for Palestinians during her college years. Oh, but this isn't what I'm talking about. Jewish Voice for Peace is another group that she's a part of, which is a great group, by the way. Of course, Stanford College Republicans had criticized the Associated Press. JVP is not the anti-Semitic group that they're saying. The real reason, and Terete is not even bringing this up, but the real reason is because Stanford College Republicans, those fucking animals, okay? God, I hate them so much. The pathetic fucking... Nothing triggers me like the existence of college Republicans, okay? They're so fucking greasy. Like these date rapist Andys, okay? That literally just get off on being annoying debate lords in college, okay? No fuck Andy. Just like, this is what no pussy does to a motherfucker, okay? Look at this. This is it, okay? This is it. You turn into a goddamn demon, a fucking terrorist. Anyway, Stanford College Republicans, the wind of freedom blows, cried and fucking and whined about hiring someone that they consider to be an anti-Israel agitator to the Associated Press. Other Republicans got on board and immediately did cancel culture, even though they fucking claim to hate cancel culture. Wilder feels she was a target of cheap bullying. To me, it feels like AP folds with the ridiculous demands and cheap bullying of organizations and individuals. Other journalists were angered by the decision and criticized it, including myself. I was fucking upset about that as well. She literally joined Associated Press and then immediately got fucking fired. Because she had pro-Palestinian posts. In 1 week, I will be attending Jewish Voice for Peace's Return to Birthright protest outside the Taglit Birthright, Israel's fundraising gala with far-right pro-Trump, naked mole rat-looking billionaire Shell Adelson. Jewish, by the way. Naked mole rat-looking billionaire Sheldon Adelson. Rest in piss. You shit off the dog. Sharmuta.
Thanks so much for another month of base takes.
Anyway, fuck Sheldon Adelson. So terrible. The Stanford College Republicans tweeted this unearthed photo of Wilder, who is Jewish. She was a ringleader of a Return to Birthright rally in New York City, December 2017, denying the Jewish people their own right to self-determination. Hey, I have a question. If you are like, oh, this is fucking biased, this is crazy, so what happens when, like, politicians fucking speak at AIPAC? Or when journalists go and do propaganda for Israel? Like, do we have that same kind of energy? We would have to literally fire pretty much every journalist if we operated in a similar capacity. Like, acknowledging the existence and the humanity of Palestinians means automatically you're anti-Semitic. Fuck you. How dare you go to a demonstration in college? If the same energy was kept for literally fucking Jewish organizations and student organizations, you would rightfully consider that to be anti-Semitic. Can you imagine a world in which, like, literally fucking Jewish student organizations, like, if you've participated in a Jewish student organization, like, you can't be hired? That would literally be, one, anti-Semitic, and two, unacceptable, and everyone would condemn it. There would be widespread condemnation of that. What are all those branches of Hamas? How do you know so much about them? Sympathizer Hamas Anabi. Yeah, dude. This was prompted by the campaign against me, and it's really unfortunate that Associated Press is abdicating their responsibility, not only me, but to all journalists, just because a group of college students wanted to engage in a witch hunt. Let me see if I can have her on, dude. And honestly, I wanna see if she would be down to come on. Wilder has been terminated from the AP, says the Stanford College Republicans, who probably hate cancel culture, by the way.
Hassle.
Let's hit her with a fucking follow. Hold on. Okay, Emily Wilder is not a journalist. She's an unhinged Marxist, anti-Israel agitator. We are proud that our efforts directly led to this outcome. The leftist media must be held accountable, and that happened in this case. Oh, fucking donkeys, dude. I hate them so much. He's really amazing. An account with 1,800 followers who are all deranged far-right pro-Israel creeps were able to get someone fired because she was a member of an innocuous student organization. But I was told all the newsrooms are run by cultural Marxists now. Hey, look, the senator who can't stop whining about cancel culture helped these creeps fire a journalist from AP. Tom Cotton, a sitting senator, helped get journalists fired from the Associated Press. Can you imagine what would happen if AOC helped get a journalist fired, or Bernie? It'd be the biggest story. You would never stop hearing about it, but no one will care about this because everyone is a piece of fucking shit about cancel culture, okay? Republicans love cancel culture. Never forget it. That's why I always say, at least I'm honest about who the fuck I think doesn't deserve a position of prominence for their actions, and I can clearly and deliberately identify the reasons for that, okay? John Duncan, apparently Hassan the Hun played one of my TikToks on stream on the Up and Up. Play one of my videos next, Hassan. But it says he's a PhD researcher in human rights, austerity, and neoliberalism. I'm a little worried. What? He just researches austerity and neoliberalism? He's not like pro-austerity and pro-neoliberalism, right? No way. He's fucking supporter of Palestinians. There's no shot. That would be such a weird dichotomy. Like, fucking neoliberals for Palestine is such a funny thing to think about. You know what I mean?
Cancel culture is the same level of intellectual integrity as trickle-down economics.
Yeah. If Glenn Greenwald stays quiet on this story, then he's the biggest fucking grifter of all time. He won't. He will not. I don't think Glenn Greenwald will stay quiet about this. I'm shocked if he does. What is this? Well, yeah, wait. Congratulations, AP, for bowing down to these 6 pasty nerds who haven't touched a single tit between them. Well, yes, the vast majority of us intend to stay chaste until marriage. Moral degeneracy isn't exactly our selling point. Dude. Show me you will never have sex without saying you will never have sex. Just this photo, okay? Like, it's not even a self-report. I mean, they're just, like, proud of it. God, they're so nasty. They're so fucking disgusting, dude. Oh, God, I hate them. I hate... Isn't this exactly how I described they were going to be, by the way? Dude, young college Republicans, oh, my God. They are literally the most pathetic fucking weirdos on the planet, dude. Literally. Especially because, like, they couldn't even fake being progressive to get pussy in college, okay? That's the worst part about it. Because, like, most people, they develop a different kind of worldview after being subjected to so many different cultures in a diverse environment and in a free learning space. That's why college radicalizes you to fucking liberalism. And these motherfuckers are like, no, I can't even fucking fake being like somewhat progressive to get pussy. God damn, dude. Fucking pathetic, dude. Like, I love it when people are just like, actually, Israel fired missiles at AP for being amongst Palestinians, so AP fired a Jewish journalist for being amongst Palestinians. It's funny. So yeah. Oh, here's the Wyoming story, boys. Here. Speaking of self-reports, okay? Earlier today, Liz Cheney's primary challenger, completely fucking out of the blue, like, here, decided to talk about...
Acknowledged in an interview with Casper Star... Wyoming State Senator Anthony Bouchard, who's challenging Representative Liz Cheney for her House seat, acknowledged in an interview with Casper Star Tribune that he impregnated a 14-year-old girl when he was 18. Bouchard first revealed the relationship in a Facebook Live video on Thursday, though he did not say exactly how old he or the girl was when the pregnancy happened. In that video, he explained that he wanted to come out with the story himself after learning that people had been looking into the matter.
Jacobin columnist and philosophy instructor Ben Burgis grapples with the left's performance politics in his new book, Canceling Comedians While the World Burns, a critique of the contemporary left, and he also offers a path forward.
Ugh, sorry about how loud that was. Anyway, so Wyoming State, by the way, dude, don't go up against liberals, man. They are such demons, dude. Like, All I'm going to say is, you go against libs and someone who is like friendly to libs like Liz Cheney, and you will get fucking ripped, dude. RIP. Like, the Oppo research will flow, baby. Okay? First of all, fuck that guy, obviously. Fuck Liz Cheney as well. But god damn, they are so fucking good. Like, I talk about this all the time. Like, Nazis on the internet, they try to fucking dox people. They try to do their shit, but like nothing is as bad as when fucking mainstream media liberals are like, you're in the crosshairs now. We will fucking ruin you. Okay? Anyway, Bouchard first revealed the relationship in a Facebook Live video on Thursday, though he did not say exactly how old the girl was when the pregnancy happened. In the video, he said he wanted to come out with the story himself after learning that people had been looking into the matter. It's amazing that they look at things so negatively. So bottom line is, it's a story when I was young, 2 teenagers, girl gets pregnant, Bouchard said. You've heard those stories before. She was a little younger than me, so it's like Romeo and Juliet's story. A lot of pressure to abort a baby. I gotta tell you, I wasn't gonna do it, and neither was she. And there was pressure to have her banished from their family. Just pressure to go hide somewhere. Bouchard said that he eventually married the girl who, according to Star Tribune, was 15 at the time of the marriage. What the fuck?
10 months subscribing, 2 years lurking.
At the time, both were still living in Florida. Yo, this is like... The crazy thing about this is, like, we'll talk about how fucking woke we are here in America in comparison to, like, some Muslim country. Bro, this is literally some shit that even Turkish people, especially Turkish people, would be disgusted by when a fucking Turkish politician does some shit like this. Okay? It's conservatism. It's conservatism that is despicable and disgusting. Of course, Florida. Fucking Florida. Always, dude. This motherfucker was 19 years old and married a 15-year-old girl he impregnated when she was 14. In his Facebook video, Bouchard explained that the only thing I could see as the right thing to do was to get married and take care of them. They divorced 3 years later. He said that his ex-wife had died by suicide. At the time, he said she had problems in another relationship. What the fuck? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. This is so creepy, dude. This is so scary. Bouchard said that he had decided to open up the pregnancy and marriage after he found out that a political opposition research firm had begun looking into the matter. He also said he had been contacted by a UK media reporter whom he accused of working with the opposition research company. We know the company that started this investigation, he said. It's a political opposition research company. We know who they are. And it turned into a UK media reporter who called me. But if you look at him, he's all part of the whole investigative team that smears people. I mean, that part is real. They do that. Straight up. Like Oppo research is powerful, but god damn, this is crazy. The least problematic Republican they could run against Cheney. Yeah, boys, this is the least creepy Republican in the United States. Like the meme. Speaking of creepy Republicans and statutory rape, federal authorities are investigating alleged sex trafficking by GOP rep Matt Gaetz, and they have secured the cooperation of his ex-girlfriend, according to sources. So, yeah, Matt Gaetz is surrounded.
What does this plea agreement tell you about?
Matt Gaetz is surrounded on all sides like a goddamn Palestinian neighborhood in occupied East Jerusalem, where literally they are on the hilltops, the settlers. All around. They have built structures all around him. His homie is already collaborating with the authorities. His ex-girlfriend is now collaborating with the authorities. It is just...
we hassle.
He is in a circle.
The level of cooperation between Greenberg and prosecutors, and how bad is this moment for Matt Gaetz potentially?
It's potentially a devastating moment for Matt Gaetz. The plea agreement document itself is extensive, some 88 plus pages. And the factual predicate, as Paul alluded to, has the crucial point for Gaetz that there are other men involved, that Greenberg had procured these women for other men as well. And the cooperation deal, as you well know, has to be full and complete. It's what old saying is, there's no such thing as a little bit of cooperation. Would be like being a little bit pregnant. So he has to give up everything. He cannot hold back anything. And with this amount of time hanging over his head, he is going to be very motivated to do everything he can to help.
His ex-girlfriend is helping this because it was ruining her high school career. Okay, stop. Oh, another one. The Vegas mayor story. Before I forget, ladies and gentlemen, this ties back to this perfectly about Republicans and indecency. This is a really old story. It's from 2015, but
since Trump started in office, but recently got THR funds to be subbed.
Former North Las Vegas mayor couldn't figure out why his iPad was full of child porn, so he had the police wipe it clean. If we want to talk more about Republicans being pedophiles, look no further than also Dennis Hastert, who is a record holder as the former Speaker of the United States House of Representatives. Dennis Hastert, or John Dennis Hastert, was an American former politician and convicted serial child molester. He represented Illinois' 14th Congressional District from 1987 to 2007 and served as the 51st Speaker of the United States House of Representatives from 1999 to 2007, the longest, which makes him the record holder as the longest serving Republican Speaker of the House in history. Yes. So next time someone tries to tell you about fucking indecency and degeneracy and all this sort of stuff, remind them once again that Republicans, well, they sure seem to find themselves in a lot of pedophilia investigations. Very interesting stuff. Anyway. What the fuck is wrong with Republicans? I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know. Save the children, by the way? Yeah, like literally by fucking jailing Republicans across the board ahead of time before they can engage in this kind of indecency. Yeah, I mean, Jim Jordan is another one. Governor Greg Abbott signs into law one of the nation's strictest abortion measures, banning procedure as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy. The signing of the bill opens a new frontier in the battle over abortion restrictions, as first-of-a-kind legal provisions intended to make the law harder to challenge are poised to be tested in the courts. They are doing this so they can be the fucking first state to you know, be named in the Supreme Court case. They are going to continue doing this. It is one of the few things that they can do in the culture war field to keep galvanizing and emboldening and, you know, benefiting the support of, or to keep gaining the support of evangelicals, okay? They got Israel, which evangelicals love and want to offer uncritical and unconditional support to. They got fucking abortions, which evangelicals think you should be murdered for. Not all of them, but, you know, some of them are freaks. A lot of them are freaks. And then you have gun rights. Yeah. Some women don't even realize till like 3, 4, 5 months later. Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Oh, abso-fucking-lutely. Absolutely, dude. Buddha is having a massive event right now on RP. Dude, oh my God. Let me just fucking stop my news coverage and instead do roleplay. Thanks. Poggers, I had no idea, dude. Fuck. Guys, you're being fucking annoying, okay? damn, bro, he was just saying. Yeah, it's fucking annoying as shit when people are just saying over and over again. Fucking pisses me off. Stop just saying it, I guess. Anyway, all right, let's keep going. Let's watch.
This morning, Texas taking center stage in the debate over abortion rights, passing a law potentially impacting millions of women.
The Texas heartbeat bill is now law in the Lone Star State.
I just wish that Governor Greg Abbott's parents got an abortion. Like, it would have saved us so much heartache. You know what I'm saying? Things would be so much better if that had happened. A mistake of a birth. God damn, I've never seen so many thumbs. This motherfucker literally looks like Dennis Hastert. God damn, dude, this is quite white right here. This is some white people shit right here, dude.
Governor Greg Abbott signing a bill Wednesday, banning abortions in most cases where a fetal heartbeat is detected, potentially as early as 6 weeks into pregnancy, before many women even know they're pregnant.
In Texas, we work to save those lives.
Similar heartbeat bans passed by other states have so far failed to hold up in court. The Texas bill is unique, permitting almost anyone to sue any person or provider who may have helped someone get an abortion after the limit.
These kinds of restrictions,
like, absolutely psychopathic. Absolutely psychopathic, dude. I mean, dude, this is some real Al-Qaeda shit right here, dude. Straight up. Straight up Al-Qaeda. Boys, it is what it is.
restrictions don't do anything to reduce the need for abortion. They're just blocking people from getting safe abortions.
A 2017 study found 96% of Texas counties had no clinics that provided abortions. 43% of Texas women, however, lived in those counties. The Texas law comes at a key time, as a landmark case deciding constitutional protections for abortions could be in question. The Supreme Court announced it would hear a Mississippi case challenging Roe v. Wade over a law that bans most abortions after 15 weeks.
States are in open defiance of Supreme Court precedent in the hope that this newly constituted Supreme Court is going to reverse Roe versus Wade. And that's why we see them passing blatantly unconstitutional laws.
And again, that Texas law set to go into effect on September 1st. As for that Mississippi case, the Supreme Court expected to hear it this fall, with a decision expected sometime early next year.
I hate conservatives so much, dude. I'm so glad they're doing this, boys. I mean, this was important. It's important that they're doing this. Huh. Texas meme. Can you guys fix our power grid infrastructure? Best I can do is ban abortion. And that's funny because it's true. And the hogs fucking eat this shit up, dude. They literally see this and go, hell yeah, brother. Oh, fuck yeah. This thing that does not even impact me remotely. I'm so excited that Texas finally took a brave stance against it, brother. Hell yeah. They disgust me. These people disgust me. I hate them. I fucking hate them so much. Oh my fucking God.
Overnight.
Anyway, another important story of the day, which I forgot to fucking cover earlier, is Christopher Cuomo. Came out that our himbo friend was actually in cahoots with his brother, Andrew Cuomo, and was advising him on what to say when the sexual assault case or charges were, not charges, but like sexual assault allegations and accusations were put forward. So you know, as an operative within the media, it's kind of weird that he did that. But who knew? I mean, I didn't think he was going to be impartial. Regardless, let's hear it.
CNN's Chris Cuomo defending the political advice he gave his brother Andrew, New York's governor, accused of inappropriate behavior or sexual harassment by at least 9 women.
I understand why that was a problem for CNN. It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
But the younger Cuomo conceding that when it comes to his brother, he is biased.
I can be objective about just about anything.
About half the pregnancies that happen. Oh shit, we got a professional in here. Okay, guys, hold on. Hold on. I want to go back to the Texas story because right now we have been graced with the presence of a professional public health person. Okay? Let's hear what they have to say. About half of pregnancies that happen yearly in the United States are unintended. States like Texas does not even... Yo, how did you graduate, dude? Seriously, Morgan, what is it? States like Texas does not even do things to help prevent these pregnancies by starting simply with access to contraception and adequate, medically accurate sex education. I'm just kidding. This is our public health expert here, who herself once said, "I want someone to suck out my ovaries like boba tea." I just blasted you in front of 33,000 people. Anyway. Listen. Frogan is precious. If anyone fucking dares come after her, I will fucking blast you out of this community very easily, okay? Bullying a public health expert, kind of weird. I mean, okay, you deserve it though. I can do that, but you can't. To everyone else.
Any topic. But not about my family.
Less than 2 months ago, Chris Cuomo promised his viewers to be straight with them.
I cannot cover it because he is my brother.
While he avoided the story on the air.
Brother. Come on! Come on! What are you fucking doing? It's my fucking brother over here. Hey.
Camera, he was involved. This morning, the governor's office confirming what the Washington Post first reported, that Chris Cuomo joined strategy calls with the governor's aides about how to respond to the scandal.
Did Chris Cuomo do more than just listen on these calls?
Yes, Chris Cuomo gave a lot of advice on these calls. He struck a fairly pugilistic tone, telling his brother to not resign, to push back against the allegations, to not give in to quote-unquote cancel culture.
Asked about the reports, the governor's office describes Chris Cuomo's role as a few phone conversations with friends and advisors, giving the governor advice. That influence from his brother, according to the Washington Post, apparent in the governor's defiant response.
It didn't do anything wrong.
Governor Cuomo has denied the harassment allegations and refused calls to step down. He's also apologized for making anyone uncomfortable.
Law equals cancel culture. Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't know that fucking harassing women under my employ was fucking against the law over here. I mean, I'm a goddamn lawyer myself, but I fucking didn't know. Why is the law doing cancel culture to me over here? Ah, mano. Oh, fuck. Here's the thing, okay? The reality is, of course, CNN is not going to do anything about it. I understand why Chris Cuomo wouldn't want to cover it because it's impossible for him to be impartial in this circumstance. However, like, I mean, there's no pretense of even impartiality in the news. You know what I mean? Like, of course, I mean, they're incredibly fucking biased, and he will not get any sort of punishment for this at all. CNN is not going to punish them, except CNN punished Mark Lamont Hill for fucking being pro-Palestine. So, you know, you can do whatever the fuck you want, and you'll most likely get away with it, especially if you're like rich enough or famous enough within the CNN circles. Oh, this was a wonderful combo. I read parts of this earlier. Hold on. This is great. This is the funniest part about our wonderful himbo here. But if you have high ratings and your ratings are not going to be fucking touched, you're fine. Okay, so let's watch what Chris Cuomo had to say to Angus Johnston, who's a ridiculous name. Okay, I'm sorry. My man is a Cooney professor. And I gotta fucking say, incredible stuff. I mean, really? Your name is Angus Johnston? Okay, anyway, let's see what Christopher Cuomo had to say. I'm saying the accusers need to prove what they say, you loudmouth. You teach. I should come down to Cooney and give you a lesson, maybe. Ah! Are you fucking kidding me? Why don't I fucking come down there and wipe the floors with you, you motherfucker? I'll make marinara sauce out of your blood. You teach. Ah! I should come down to Cooney and give you a lesson, maybe. Oh, what are you doing?
Another month, another brain.
I love that take.
Has buff.
These were the first handful of total 17 DMs he sent me over the course of 3 days because I called him a putz on Twitter. And yes, he'd been a putz. He goes, your brother's the governor and you have a prominent public platform. And you said people like me shouldn't be teaching at public universities. And you said I need to check myself before I go too far. Why? Again, because I called you a putz once. That's wildly disproportionate and wildly irresponsible. If you can't see how someone might see that kind of talk as a threat, I don't know what to tell you. Oh, you think I'm threatening you because my brother is the governor and you work at Cooney? That's more ridiculous than your fucking tweets over here. I would never do that. I thought you were threatening me because he was a public figure. That's actually funny. I'm dialoguing over here because people who teach kids about activism shouldn't be irresponsibly partisan, paisan. That is all. It's not personal. I am a caveman. I wanted to do harm. If I wanted to do harm, I would find you. Take care and enjoy the stone indictment, which many of you lefties will blow out of proportion. I'm a fucking caveman over here. Don't even start with me.
My crime is in honor of the
Isn't that racist to mock an accent? My prime is in honor of the Cuomo, says Nasty Nate. Hey, Nate, how you fucking doing?
Free Amaranth.
Okay,
the reason why
I love him. I love him again. I forgive him now. I mean, who the fuck speaks like this and tweets like this and DMs motherfuckers like this? You gotta. I love him again. I'm dialoguing over here. You fucking. I'm a caveman. You think if I didn't want to find you, I couldn't find you? I haven't been around so much dealing with real life shit, but I'm very proud of your growth, my guy. Oh, thanks, dude.
I am subscribing over here.
Listen, motherfucker, if I wanted to find yous, I would find yous. Ah! All right.
I love that he
More importantly than that, it's top of the fucking hour over here. If you want to fucking no longer see the fucking ads, all you need to do is subscribe. All right, you can do it for fucking $5, or you can subscribe. Maron, you can subscribe for fucking free. Free 99. I'm telling you, with a Twitch Prime. Top of the fucking hour. Free 99 with a fucking Twitch Prime. You avoid the ads, all right? You get to send me fucking subscriptions or links that I will probably avoid. Maron, here is the fucking ad break now. Oh, we're doing it. How long? What is your Long John Silver's jam? What the fuck? What is this? What is going on here? Like, what is going on? Why are they doing this? I'm fucking annoyed with these ads. Subbing to you is one of the best purchases I make every month. Hustle. Oh my god, that's actually
okay, Pappy.
Very sweet. I wish I could send you recordings of my dad. This chat would lose their mind how funny it is. Damn. Nate, you're now making fun of Italians or learning to appreciate Italians instead of you know, defending them. What happened? Back to the Matt Gaetz story. Matt Gaetz was on Newsmax, and this is what he had to say.
I'm not too worried about Joel Greenberg. Joel Greenberg is literally sitting in jail right now because he originally accused someone who was innocent of having had a relationship with a minor. That wasn't true. It was just a false thing that Joel Greenberg had said, and that's ended him in quite a bit of trouble. But I'm not focused on scandal. I'm focused on socialism and what it's doing to our country. That's why I'm here in Arizona with Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're going to have about 1,000 patriots behind.
Dude, I love that. I fucking love that, dude. Straight up. I love that Marjorie Taylor Greene, okay, who is like a fucking QAnon supporter and wanted to like hashtag save the children, is like working alongside a person who is being investigated for sex trafficking of a minor. It's crazy. Like, it does not get better than this, okay? I'm sorry. It literally, like, it literally is not, you can't get more hypocritical than this exact situation. This is it. I love that you failed to appear for your court case. Nice job. Dude. It's a video game. Okay?
I know
you are talking about a video game while I am currently working and doing my job. Okay? The reality is, even if I still played regularly, even if I still played every day, if I was doing news coverage, I would not stop the news coverage to go to a fucking court case in a video game.
Hugs. Let's go. "7 months. Helped me adjust to living abroad. Thanks, Hassan."
Behind us, supporting the Arizona audit and our ongoing efforts for election integrity. And I'm not going to let the process be the punishment. I'm not too worried about Joel Greenberg.
I was really dumb. I'm still dumb now, but at least I don't have to see ads. Keep Harpy Frogs starving for 2 years as punishment. Disneyland stream when?
The irony is completely lost on Magic the Gathering fans. I agree. Socialism is when I can't sex traffic minors, brother. And the more I can't sex traffic minors, the more socialist it is, brother. What the fuck?
Happy 9 months, Hasselhass.
Brother, I will fight to death for this, okay? Get the fuck out of here, brother. God damn it. Everything, dude. Every fucking thing is, I'm trying to fight socialism, brother. Anti-Semitic attacks are being reported in the U.S. as
make me the most
tensions are flaring over the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay. Here's what I'm going to say about this. And this is the last story that I'm going to cover today because it's important. And I need to, I need to mention this. Anti-Semitism is disgusting and unacceptable. Okay? I fucking despise these dipshits who turn around and try to use the situation happening in fucking Gaza as a way to engage in anti-Semitic attacks against Jews in the United States of America and in Western nations in general. Anti-Semitism has been growing in Western nations for some time. Anti-Semitism historically has been used to justify pogroms against Jewish people internationally, and even the fucking Holocaust, which is the main one, the biggest one, and the recent one. There are anti-Semitic people who use this as an opportunity to fucking shit on Jewish people and try to hide it by couching their anti-Semitism with legitimate anti-Zionist critique. This is true. This does happen. I mean, there are literal fucking Nazis who say, oh yeah, you know, fuck Israel, free Palestine, but they're Nazis. Like, they don't like Muslims. They're just saying that to say, like, fuck the Jews, okay? It's completely unacceptable. We encourage, and the anger that I feel towards these actions is twofold. One, because on its face, anti-Semitism is disgusting, and you're a fucking fascist most of the time if you are an anti-Semite, okay? But the secondary reason why I fucking hate this shit is, and it's not as important as the first reason because I hate anti-Semitism on its face, but the secondary reason why I fucking despise anti-Semitism is because it will be used as a way to stop talking about the issues in Gaza against Palestinians, to recenter the focus around how your criticisms of Israel is turning people anti-Semitic, which is inherently anti-Semitic. What an actually objective news media should be doing is separating these two ideas instead of playing into the fucking inappropriate and unironically anti-Semitic statement or sentiment that everything that Israel does falls upon the entirety of the international Jewish community. Okay? Jews are not a monolith. So I fucking hate that, like, instead of being like, these actions should not, like, Israel's actions are completely different than the actions or it's just like anything else that's going on that pertains to Jewish people even living in Israel, even though there is an overwhelming majority that defends the occupation, obviously.
Hello, Alashan?
Isn't it like 93% of Jews support Israel? That's not true. And even if it was 93% of fucking Jews that support Israel, first of all, it's not even true. But even if it was true, you can't fucking attack Jews on the street. Like, that's psychotic. Okay? Not overwhelming majority? No. In Israel, the overwhelming majority currently supports not only the occupation, but also the endless bombing campaign in Israel. It's just the truth. I'm sorry. Regardless, though, 72%. Sorry. I guess that's not an overwhelming majority. This has nothing to do with them being Jewish. It has everything to do with them being Israeli and indoctrinated from childhood, like you said about the Turks. The other anger that I have about these sorts of coverage, these sorts of stories, beyond the anger that I feel about these sorts of stories, beyond, again, the actual anger that I feel towards anti-Semitic actions, which are unacceptable. The other thing that pisses me off is that, like, oftentimes there are real anti-Semitic actions against Jews for being Jewish. And then there is this notion that, like, any sort of Palestinian protest is declared anti-Semitic by Western nations. Like in fucking France, where Palestinian solidarity protests are automatically declared anti-Semitic and interfered by the police. And that is fucking disgusting. It is once again a straight up dishonest and damaging conflation that all fucking Jews support Israel, all Jews are a monolith, and all Jews unconditionally and uncritically support Israel, when even fucking Jews living in Israel don't. Okay? U.S. Jews have a wildly differing view on Israel. U.S. Jews have wildly differing views on Israel. Majority of the Orthodox Jews believe God gave the land that is now Israel to the Jewish people. Feel somewhat attached to Israel. 40% of no particular branch. 58% of Reform Jews. 58% of all Jewish adults say that they feel somewhat or very attached to Israel. 57 say they... okay. 32% of Jews say they believe God gave the land to Israel that belongs to the Jewish people. 33% say that Israeli government is making sincere effort towards peace. Literally fucking... dude, Orthodox Jews are crazy, man. Holy shit. Look at this.
What you're talking about.
59% of Orthodox Jews says the Israeli government is making a sincere effort towards peace. That's insane. 37% rate Netanyahu's leadership as excellent / good of reformist Jews. There you go. %49% say caring about Israel is essential to what being Jewish means to them. All of this is a consequence of indoctrination. The reason why 45% of all Jewish adults in America say caring about Israel is essential to what being Jewish means to them is because of things like birthright, and it's because of fucking propaganda from their own goddamn communities. That's why there are so many liberal Zionists. %19%. I love that 26% of Reform Jews believe God gave the land that is now Israel to the Jewish people. That is the best number here, okay? Like, you are literally a like the most progressive type of religious person that anyone could be, and even then 26% say that God gave the land to Israel that now belongs to the Jewish people. Anyway, nearly half of Israeli Jews say our Arabs should be expelled. It gets way worse when you get to Israel. Literally, the first 13 years of our lives are indoctrinating us into supporting Israel. I've never heard the word Palestine until I turned 16. With how all criticism of Israel call anti-Semitic made me for years underestimate how big a problem anti-Semitism actually is. No, anti-Semitism is a gigantic problem. That's why all fucking psychotic, like, reactionary conspiracies always somehow find themselves revolving around how, like, Jews control NASA. Even fucking not as damaging or as harmful fucking conspiracy theories like Flat Earth literally somehow go back to Jews control NASA and all the scientists, and that's why the Earth is flat, and they don't want that secret to be revealed. Like, every single one. As a Jew, I wouldn't say that Reform Jews are necessarily the most progressive. I mean, they're most progressive out of this bunch, though. Reform Jews are more progressive than conservative and Orthodox Jews. It's the truth. And as far as like the international religious community goes, as far as people that consider themselves to be religious or believe in like some form of religion, Reform Jews are internationally some of the most progressive groups overall, whether when it comes to social progress. Definitely not when it comes to Palestine, but and then there are secular Jews. Yes, that is the most progressive. You're right. Like Bernie Sanders. Yes, Arabs are Semitic people too, but literally zero people regard Arabs as Semitic people. So that argument is like fucking... I will never make that argument, okay? Unless I'm memeing. Like, zero people have ever talked about anti-Arab violence as anti-Semitic violence. Anyway. I mean, it's true, but it doesn't matter. It's like not an argument that you could ever use, especially because like colloquially, not a single fucking person recognized it as such. Okay. Etymologically correct, but anti-Semitic has come to refer to the Jews. Yes. Anyway. So, anti-Semitic hate crimes are increasing. Some because anti-Semitic hate crimes have increased for a long time in America, especially in the aftermath of Donald Trump, which is ironically Israel's, #1 fucking president. Okay, #1 U.S. president, boys. 71% approval rating from Israel for Donald Trump, and yet here his fucking supporters are literally talking about how Jews will not replace us and shit like that. Just a little bit of interesting spice there. But then again, Viktor Orban, also considered a wonderful ally to Bibi Netanyahu in Israel, despite he himself being anti-Semitic and running on anti-Semitic conspiracies like how George Soros controls the media and also Hungary. So, just a reminder that, like, actually a lot of fucking anti-Semites are super, super tight with Bibi Netanyahu, who himself is engaged in Holocaust revisionism. That's another reminder for that one, too. What about the knife attack in Toronto that turned out to be a crazy Israel supporter with a knife, but the media still said it was an anti-Semitic attack? I don't know. I am unfamiliar. I haven't kept up with like anti-Semitic attacks happening in the West in my coverage of Israel-Palestine, because I don't think that those two are in the same, like, I don't think that those two are married. And I dislike attempts by the media to marry the two so they can create a more comfortable, justifiable narrative to either deflect away from the conversation or start fucking running defense for the IDF. Sorry. I find those to be mutually exclusive. And I say this as someone who literally talks about anti-Semitism all the fucking time. All the goddamn time. They can merge. There are certainly instances, for example, when, what did Netanyahu say about the Holocaust? He said that the Palestinian Mufti taught Hitler to hate Jewish people. Hitler simply wanted to expel the Jews and send them somewhere, but then the Mufti was like, no, exterminate them, which is just straight up anti-Semitic. It's ahistorical and like actually some of the worst kind of anti-Semitism that you can engage in. Like, literally, universally condemned, by the way. Like, everyone was like, that's fucking crazy. Don't worry, guys. He's got old Jewish coins and stuff. He obviously loves Israel. Anyway. They're separate issues, with the exception of, like, tensions flaring up in a fucking pro-Palestine or pro-Israel rally. Okay? Having said that, there are literal anti-Semitic actions against fucking people who are Jewish, okay? That is the truth. And it is completely unacceptable. Completely fucking unacceptable. And if you do some shit like that, fuck you. You are filth. The ADL have an entire seminar yesterday I listened to. It was difficult and have the recording if you want. They didn't mention the Palestine side, but only focused on anti-Semitism in the West, complaining about the sirens and sheltering in Israel. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. Anyway. While police said it's unclear if the individuals involved in the assault in New York were a part of the protest in Times Square, New York Governor Andrew Cuomo has said the man assaulted was by protesters. A video recorded by a bystander shows several people kicking a man on the ground and hitting him with unidentified objects. It's unclear what happened before the video began. This kind of shit happened during the Black Lives Matter protests. Remember, like, there were instances where people would just straight up turn around and be like, oh, look at this old white guy who's getting beaten up by black dudes. Like, look at how crazy it is. And then the entire fucking video would come out, and it was literally like the fucking white dude was like trying to beat the shit out of some black lady in the middle of a protest, and these people were fighting back. It's almost always fucking chaotic at these protests. If you go to one of these protests, do not fucking hit anyone. Don't be a goddamn idiot, okay? Do not do that. There was another instance where the JDL... Oh, the Toronto one was the JDL one. Okay, yeah. There was another instance in Toronto where an actual fucking Jewish Defense League member, which is a far-right, ultra-Zionist, psychopathic, fascist fucking terror organization, according to the FBI, attacked people with a bat and knife. And they said that it was an anti-Semitic attack. The Canadian media reported it as an anti-Semitic attack, when in fact it was this fucking dude who was literally fucking wearing a Jewish Defense League logo. The Jewish Defense League is similar to the English Defense League, by the way, if you remember. Also fascists, but in the UK. Yeah, why does my dude look like fucking Steve Bannon right now? What's going on? Anyway, after a disturbing video of what happened appeared to be an assault by pro-Palestinian demonstrators on an elderly man in Toronto over the weekend, new footage has surfaced and appearing to show the victim in that video had been brandishing a weapon, and it may have been part of a larger altercation involving the members of the Canadian chapter of a U.S. designated terror group. So, you know, people love jumping on these fucking stories immediately and being like, this demonstrates that criticisms of Israel is sparking anti-Semitism, when in fact, criticisms of Israel can spark anti-Semitism. I'm not even denying that. But if you are in the media, your job is to literally educate the people that Israel does not mean fucking Jew and that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable. Okay? That's my take. Stop making concessions to bad faith. What? What concessions have I made so far? Hold on. I'm not making any fucking concessions. Fuck you mean? Stop making concessions. What concessions have I made? It's a lot better now. Holy shit. What's your take on Mehdi Hassan's U-turn about the anti-Semitic thing?
Love you, chat. Hassle.
And then 5 people were injured in a Los Angeles restaurant. The funniest part about that story was motherfuckers were like, I can't believe they attacked a Jewish restaurant. Literally a sushi place, bro. Come on. In LA, police are investigating after reports that several Jewish people dining at a sushi restaurant on Tuesday were targeted by a group of pro-Palestinian men who were driving past them. They were on a pro-Palestinian convoy, okay? And if they fucking attack them, they're pieces of shit. I said this already. And they did. They did attack them. Don't fucking attack people. Don't do that. Let's see what happens with the end of this investigation. A woman who says she was dining at the restaurant told CNN that people in the cars began throwing bottles at them and yelled anti-Semitic slurs, including the words, dirty Jew. Few people suffered minor injuries and no arrests had been made as of Thursday, according to the LAPD Public Information Officer, Jeff Lee. Video obtained by CNN shows a man swinging a metal stanchion at a masked man wearing black and punching one of the men as they try to grab it from his hands. He's then pushed against the car where he's kicked and punched by the group of men. We watched the video. If these motherfuckers threw shit from their cars, you're an idiot, okay? You're an absolute fucking idiot.
You're kind of new here.
Like,
is the microphone
you're
really
a
close
dog
to your
shit
mouth,
human.
or is it just
I know that tensions are fucking high, but like, if someone, and we watched the video, if someone fucking says fuck Palestine while you're doing a pro-Palestine rally, just leave it. Let them say fuck you. Let them say fuck Palestine. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay? Absolutely pathetic. A synagogue in Arizona was vandalized. Lastly, the Congregation Shalom Synagogue in Tucson, Arizona was vandalized earlier this week. Again, similar to the situation in Florida where like actual Nazis were waving the fucking Palestinian flag at a pro-Israel rally in Florida, and everyone was like, oh my God, look at anti-Semitism rising as a consequence of like Israel, as though those fucking Nazis, who were literal Nazis, by the way, like actual white supremacist Nazis, like, you know, Heil Hitler type Nazis, those guys give a single fuck about Muslims or Palestinians. I saw an explosive. What about this incident though? Yeah, I saw the explosive device. I have no idea. I haven't seen any fucking coverage of it beyond this video that I saw on Instagram. I think someone blew up a firework. Luckily, no one was harmed as a consequence of that. I don't know who the fuck did it or why they did it. It's a firework, though. I saw the video. I saw it as well. Anyway, so don't be a fucking idiot. Don't be a fucking moron. Don't be an asshole. You know, like absolutely zero reason to fucking attack Jewish people, no matter how, like, even if a Jewish person is, or not even a Jewish person, even if a fucking Catholic Christian person, another Muslim person, doesn't fucking matter. Even if they are like insane fucking supporters, like unhinged supporters of Israel's occupation, that doesn't give you a right to attack the other person, no matter how fucking heated you feel, especially because everyone will use that against you, you fucking idiot. Okay? If you don't give a shit about it from the point of view of not hurting another human being, then give a shit about it from the point of view of like you're hurting your own cause. Okay? There you go. Optics kick W. I mean, dude, yes. This is one area where I will make the optics argument because it's fucking stupid. It's already insanely stupid to go and attack random motherfuckers. Is it okay to punch Nazis? These people aren't Nazis.
Don't target random American Jews for Israel. It's like targeting Chinese Americans for Tibet shit at Hussein Abbey. Peepopog.
Anyway, there is a Nazi who's pro-Israel, and his name is Richard Spencer. He got punched, but, you know, that's... They kind of are Nazis, just socially acceptable Nazis. Dude. There are absolutely Nazi and fascist, psychopathic, bloodthirsty Zionists out there, okay? There are literal Nazis who are in support of Israel's project because they want to fucking purge the Jews to an area that is far away from them, especially when those Jews end up, you know, murdering Palestinians, i.e. Muslims, right? But not every fucking liberal Zionist or not every fucking Zionist in general is like that. So you can't make that distinction and start fucking punching people like this. That's crazy. Do you have any Jew friends? Of course I do, man. What the fuck? What a fucking stupid question. Like, that is an insanely stupid question. I probably know, unless you are Jewish yourself, I probably know more Jewish people than you do. I went to fucking Rutgers and Miami before that, and literally are in like socially progressive media circles. I live in LA now. Like, I literally live in all of the fucking major areas that that have
my uncle
significant Jewish populations.
To him here in South Florida.
Like,
I don't
of
even
course.
like their government.
Kid asks an innocent question, you yell at him. That's not an innocent question. That was 100% a question. Also, if I can give out advice to your audience, don't chastise people for not being fully pro-Palestine. If they show that they're willing to learn and change their mind, there's a lot to gain for having a conversation with them and not just attacking them. I agree. Name every Jewish person. Has chat ruined your day yet? No. The Pakistan foreign minister spoke to CNN and CNN said he was anti-Semitic. Show me the video. Wait, he said something anti-Semitic? What did he fucking say?
UN General Assembly gathered today to discuss this crisis. Pakistan's Foreign Minister Shah Mahmood Qureshi took to the podium to demand aid to be allowed into Gaza and called for an end to, quote, Israeli aggression.
A just solution for Palestine is imperative for the maintenance of regional and global peace and security. Clearly, the onus for restoring peace rests on Israel.
And the Pakistani foreign minister joins me now from New York. Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. It has been a very busy day. From your end, do you hear any talks about a possible ceasefire coming anytime soon?
I am convinced the tide is turning. I am convinced the public pressure, the pressure of public opinion is mounting, and ceasefire is inevitable. Israel is losing out. They're losing the media war despite their connections. They are losing the media war. The tide is turning.
What are their connections?
Deep pockets.
What does that mean?
Well, they're very influential people. I mean, they control media.
I mean, I would call that an anti-Semitic remark.
Well, you see, the point is they have a lot of influence. And they get a lot of coverage. Now, what has balanced that is the citizen journalist who has been reporting, sharing video clips, and that has jolted people, and that has woken up people, and people who were sitting on the fence are today speaking up. Do you see how in different capitals of the world, in London, in Madrid, in Michigan, Chicago, every place from Sydney to the European capitals, people have come out and saying, put an end to this insanity. They're calling for an immediate ceasefire. Now, the Security Council has failed.
Did he say it yet? Sorry, I was peeing and then my dad just showed up. Ya o şeye bak, siyah masaya bak. O yemeği de orada dışarıda bırak, bence neighbor'ın herhalde. Onu aç bak. Bir de siyah bir tane şey var orada, masa var. Siyah masanın üstünde olabilir. Annem gelmedi herhalde. Annem de geldi. Why? Why? Okay, sorry. My mom wasn't walking for the past couple days. Like, she was her sciatica and stuff was like acting out in a way that like it just like rendered her to stay in bed. So I'm surprised this is her first appearance walking around since for the past 2 days. So what did this guy say that was like fucking anti-Semitic? What did he say?
Well, they're very influential people. I mean, they control media.
Oh, come on, dude. That's it? Okay, dude, you can't say that. There's just fucking, you can't say that.
It's inevitable. Israel is losing out. They're losing the media war despite their connections. They are losing the media war. The tide is turning.
What are their connections?
Deep pockets.
What does that mean?
Well, they're very influential people. I mean, they control media.
Israel has a propaganda operation. Israel also has a lobbying operation. These are both very successful. Saying that is anti-Semitic is ridiculous. He's on the line, okay? He is. He's on the fucking line there. You can't word shit like that. You just can't do that. You literally cannot fucking word anything like that. You have to 1000% be super clear as best as you can. Because the moment that you say they, you're like, are you saying that Jews control the media? Because that is anti-Semitic. That is an anti-Semitic conspiracy. in comparison to the Palestinian people who have nothing, of course, the Israeli government gets significantly more favorable coverage. Not only that, but also has been able to literally change legislation in America. This has nothing to do with Jews. But if you are a educated politician like this, you can't be getting fucking trapped by a goddamn CNN anchor. Like, you're going to get clapped.
I mean, I would call that an anti-Semitic remark.
Well, you see, the point is they have a lot of influence and they get...
Like, oh, this is bad. He should have immediately been like, I'm so sorry. I did not mean Jews. Like, literally, he should have caught it and immediately turned around and been like, I apologize. Anti-Semitism is a real problem, and therefore, I would not want to be misconstrued as an anti-Semite. If you fucking... your elaboration is supposed to be like... If your elaboration is like, well, they just, lie, you're going to get fucking clapped up.
Get a lot of coverage. Now, what has balanced that is the citizen journalist who has been reporting.
Like, the real shit here, the real argument that he's trying to make, which I literally agree with, for the record, from what I understand, he's trying to say that the media has always offered very favorable coverage to the Israeli government, bordering on, not even bordering on, it's just doing propaganda for the Israeli government. Absolutely. Okay? And that for the first time, there is a sea change in Western media, or at least in Western social media, as a consequence of citizen journalists just straight up live streaming the atrocities that the Israeli occupying force is engaging in. Okay? That is... Saying they control the media isn't going to fly even for many leftists. His point is correct, but the way he said it sounds awful and will easily be clipped to look worse. Absolutely. I agree. You can't do that. You should know better. Like, you're a fucking politician. Or maybe you are anti-Semitic. I don't fucking know. But, like, if you're not anti-Semitic, you should literally know better than to say shit like that, especially when tensions are fucking high and it's a pretty easy fucking dub. Also, more importantly than that, you're literally fucking playing into the meme and playing into the negative stereotype that isn't really a fucking real thing either, that fascists engage in all the time. Why did you mention working in the media for knowing Jewish people? I said I live in Los Angeles, and I said I work in, like, activist leftist circles. Do you know how many fucking Jews are in activist leftist circles? Are you kidding me? Jewish people have historically had, have historically been fucking leaders in, like, every goddamn left-wing, left-leaning social media cause on the, or not social media, social cause on the planet as a consequence of their shared history of oppression and marginalization. A fact I literally bring up all the goddamn time. I said social media. I hate people who try to twist everything you say. This is one area where, like, if you're like, oh, dude, Hassan, you're fucking anti-Semitic, like, you're a freak. I don't know how to, I don't, like, you're literally insane. Like, good luck. I'm sure you can clip some shit out of context and make it seem like I am, but, like, it is straight up an insane thing to say. So it's okay that they're killing people then? Look, motherfucker, you're doing that. You're doing that thing right now. You are literally being anti-Semitic. Okay? Stop. What do you mean they are killing people? Are Jews killing people all around the fucking world right now? Like, what kind of psychopathic take is that? Dial it back, motherfucker. You are literally turning into... This is like one step removed from saying, like, dude, Black Lives Matter protests are pretty fucking violent. Blacks are killing people. Don't do that. Anyway, let's keep going.
sharing video clips, and that has jolted people, and that has woken up people, and people who were sitting on the fence are today speaking up. Do you see how in different capitals of the world, in London, in Madrid, in Michigan, Chicago, every place from Sydney to the European capitals, people have come out and saying, put an end to this insanity. They're calling for an immediate ceasefire. Now, the Security Council has failed in forging a joint statement and coming out with a joint statement and forging a consensus. The General Assembly today is giving a clear message.
I find it very difficult to argue after saying that Israel has a lot of influence when someone counters with Israel is by definition a Jewish state. Yeah, okay. Well, then fucking ask them why they don't have a similar criticism against, like, Islamophobia if Saudi Arabia has a lot of influence in American foreign policy. Like, that's so fucking stupid, dude. Israel wants to and is desperately trying to actively become a fucking psychopathic ethno-state, a religious ethno-state, okay? And in an effort to do so, they are engaging in pogroms themselves of the Muslims that live in their territories that they currently occupy illegally, okay? All of that is true. That doesn't mean it's fucking good. That doesn't mean it's right, okay? But, like, I absolutely fucking hate this notion that, like, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying, like, Israel has a lot of influence on American media, especially with respect to the mainstream media coverage that's anti-Semitic. It's not fucking anti-Semitic. You're a fucking dingus, dude. God damn. Literally look at the way that the American mainstream media and, like, the international Western mainstream media cover the Palestinian struggle. They either don't do it, or when they do, they're like, everyone's fucking Hamas. Everyone's fucking Hamas. Israelis have been murdered by Hamas, whereas Palestinians keep dying. How are they dying? Who knows? They perish on their own.
To the Security Council, it is your prime responsibility to ensure peace and security. Please live up to the UN Charter.
But, Mr. Ambassador, can we not separate the fact that there are calls for peace and for equal human rights for...
Wait, if he's such an anti-Semite, why is she still talking to him? That's kind of weird. She should have just, like, fucking ended the broadcast right there. If he's like, what's up? You did a fucking 11-minute conversation with a fucking anti-Semite who's, like, doing anti-Semitism on your show? That's kind of weird.
For both sides, for Palestinians and for Israelis, without anti-Semitic talk and rhetoric, and we are seeing an increase in anti-Semitism.
Oh, Jesus fucking
ensure
Christ.
Peace and security. Please live up to the UN Charter.
But, Mr. Ambassador, can we not separate the fact that there are calls for peace and for equal human rights for both sides, for Palestinians?
From who? Are there calls for peace for, within the Israeli government? Because I don't think so. I think that's a delusional take.
Palestinians and for Israelis, without anti-Semitic talk and rhetoric, and we are seeing an increase in anti-Semitism throughout the world. Many of these protests are showing signs and images of anti-Semitism as well. Shouldn't you be condemning that?
I will not justify any rocket attacks, and I cannot justify and I cannot condone the aerial bombardment that is taking place.
But what about anti-Semitism? And what about Hamas's role in stopping the rockets?
I am saying when you do not engage, when there are no negotiations, when there is occupation, when there's genocide, when there's war crime, when there's ethnic cleansing, then an extremist element takes advantage of that situation. Avoid it. How do you avoid it? You avoid it by pursuing a two-state solution.
Antifada raid? Thank you, Antifada, for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I didn't see it, but I don't know why it didn't show up, but thank you.
By adhering to the Security Council resolutions, respecting them. implementing them, fulfilling the promises that have been made and have been often broken. So I believe that the answer is Israelis and Palestinians living side by side in peace. And it can only be done through a two-state solution, through negotiations, by cessation of hostilities, and a ceasefire is the first step in that direction.
Does that include condemning anti-Semitism and condemning statements?
I am not justifying any of that.
You began this conversation. I am so sorry. There's so many things I want to talk to you about, but I personally am offended as a journalist. You began this conversation by saying that Israel, suggesting that Israel has, quote, close friends and powerful friends in the media. That is an anti-Semitic trope.
No. What I'm saying is the perception. Look at the perception the world has. You cannot ignore that, ma'am.
But that's a wrong perception.
What? Dude, okay, that's fucking bullshit. I didn't realize he actually fucking clarified his position. Like, yeah, it's a fucking bad way to go about it. But that is so stupid. Here's how you shut that down. Is Israel a fucking ethno-state? I didn't realize Israel was an ethno-state. I didn't realize that Israel was trying to ethnically cleanse all of the Palestinians from occupied Palestinian territory. In which case, yeah, it's really unacceptable that you're fucking, you know, you're defending this violent ethno-state. Okay? Why is it that criticism of Israel or saying that Israel gets favorable coverage from mainstream media an anti-Semitic trope? The words that he used can be weaponized against Jewish people. The words that he used, they control the media. Definitely not something you can say, okay? Because you can get easily clipped out of context, okay? Even if you're talking about Israel itself. Same with like Israel hypnotized the world, right? That was a sentiment that still gets used over and over again. Also, there's no slur here. I think they're saying anti-Semitic conspiracy. Regardless. But like, you know, Israel does control the narrative in its fucking entirety until recently. Israel has controlled the narrative around the ongoing occupation. Claiming that it does not is fucking psychopathic. I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up, you little babies. What do you literally want the dumbass American and Western media to do? To literally just fucking go there and be like, give me a gun. Give me an Uzi. I'm going to spray a Palestinian child myself. That's literally what you're fucking asking for. If you think that mainstream media has not almost universally for the longest fucking time refused to cover Palestinian struggles as though Palestinians are full-blown human fucking beings. That is insane to me. God damn it, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. That's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic. Shut the fuck up. Israel bombed the Associated Press building. And 2 days later, the Associated Press fired someone because American conservatives were like, this person is anti-Semitic because they went to a fucking Palestine protest. Are you fucking insane, dude? Are you insane? 35 states, in 35 American states, especially Texas, which is the most erroneous, most ridiculous one, you cannot support, boycott, divest, and sanctions and still be a public school teacher or get a job. It's fucking nuts. And you're going to sit here and act like Israel does not have a significant amount of influence over the American Congress and the actions that we take? Are you fucking insane? That's crazy, dude. 35 American states. You cannot fucking say, I want to be a part of the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement, which is a peaceful movement that was created after the original BDS movement against apartheid South Africa. That is nuts. It's nuts. It's insane. You want people to literally horseshoe theory confirmed. What horseshoe theory? The one I shoved in your mother's pussy, you fucking asshole? What horseshoe theory confirmed? I'm sick and tired of fucking idiotic neoliberals be like, oh my God, I can't believe his son is criticizing Israel. He must be a Nazi. Suck my cock. It's only similar to fucking Nazi rhetoric if you legitimately consider that, like, literal anti-BDS protest bills that completely go against the First Amendment is acceptable in any capacity. Go ahead. Answer for yourself. Answer for yourself. The fuck is wrong with the looting fuckheads? Answer for yourself, you fucking racist, annoying little white shit lib. Answer your fucking take now. Immediately, we go back a little bit and it's like, you already showed your fucking ass right here. I didn't have to go back too far. Horseshoe theory confirmed. Pathetic. Pathetic worm, dude. It's anti-Semitic to criticize a far-right, ultra-nationalist, ethno-state project? Are you fucking insane? That is not what being a Jew is about. If that's what being a Jew is about, you are literally hurting other Jewish people by sucking them into your psychopathic, bloodthirsty cause, dude. God damn. Go ahead. Horseshoe theory confirmed. I want to hear from this motherfucker, ID. What is horseshoe theory? No, this is a enlightened centrist take where they're like, I just look back when atrocities are happening and say they're simply too complicated for me to deliberate on, while literally siding unironically with the oppressor because I'm taking inaction. I'm choosing inaction in the face of injustice, which is basically siding with the oppressor. Ha! Horseshoe theory. You are just the same as the Nazis. All these fucking debate lords, like, they come in, they pop in, they drop a little bit, they drop a little fucking tip in the bucket, and then they get the fuck out. It's crazy.
Could be wrong, but that's the perception. Negate it.
Well,
negate it. By giving a balanced coverage, negate it.
The onus is not on those who are being accused of things that aren't true. It's on people like you in powerful positions to say that that's wrong.
Well, what we are saying, what is wrong, and I'm not shying away from that. What I'm saying is this insanity must come to an end. We must promote dialogue. We must sit and talk, and we must promote peace. Israelis.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Pakistani foreign minister, peak of powerful position. I mean, at least they got nukes, right?
And Palestinians, everybody has a right to live. They have a right to protect their children. Look at what's happening. 230 innocent people have been killed. More than 50,000 people have been displaced. You know, 50 schools have been bombed. Hospitals have been targeted. Red Cross has been targeted. The AP office, media outlets have been targeted. And what they're saying is, okay, if you think there was Hamas presence there, why don't you have an independent investigation?
Well, I believe that Israel did provide in some information and shared intelligence with the U.S. But let's go back to the other side because there are obviously Israeli casualties as well. And I keep bringing this up.
I mean, dude, yeah, because he fucking misstepped and said something that can be perceived as anti-Semitic because it's literally a fucking anti-Semitic trope. Because of that, all of the good points that he's making for 11 minutes long is just like, is gone. It's fucking gone. I hate this, dude. It's just like so cancerous on discourse. It's so fucking nasty.
Because if you're going to be an honest broker, then you have to approach something like this objectively, and that doesn't seem to be the place where you're coming from.
Well, I am objective, and I would want to be objective.
He said they have influence over the media, or they have friends in the media or something, when talking about Israel. Okay? And it was objectively not a good thing to say. Sorry, because of this. Because of this. You'll literally, there's two reasons why this is objectively bad, okay? An objectively bad thing to say. One, because it is something that Nazis do say, so you are playing into the anti-Semitic conspiracy that like Jews fucking control the media or some shit, okay? When that's not true. And two, your words will literally fucking hogtie you. A motherfucker will literally turn you into a human pretzel if you say some shit like that in the middle of a broadcast while you are talking about Palestinian oppression. Okay? Sorry, it's the truth. People from marginalized backgrounds know this. If you are facing reactionary opposition to your cause, you, as a singular individual, are responsible for all members of your community. So as a Muslim, this Pakistani foreign minister should know better. Yeah. Sorry, it is absolutely an expectation that I have. It's the truth. If you are Muslim and you are speaking on behalf of other Muslims, or if you are speaking on behalf of Palestinians, especially Palestinians, you cannot fuck up. There is no room for misstep. They will literally fucking turn you into a goddamn pretzel immediately. You will be considered anti-Semitic, and it's done. It's over. You can't. No one mentioned Jews. He said Israel, isn't she self-reporting? It doesn't matter. Even the phrasing alone is easy to just fucking articulate and flip over. Especially as the Pakistani foreign minister, you should know better, dude. Come on. Are you fucking kidding me? Now, in particular, because he's a Pakistani official, it'll be dismissed as, of course, the Muslim guy hates on Jews. Yeah. Oh, God. This will be fucking... Oh, God. I can't wait for literally round-the-clock coverage of this shit, okay? Like, this is... If you think the sushi incident is like already doing the rounds, and like anytime there's like a anti-Semitic attack, if it is legitimately anti-Semitic or not doesn't fucking matter. But like... Just like the case in Canada that was like a JDL guy, okay, the Jewish Defense League guy, who was literally a fucking far-right, psychopathic, ultra Zionist, ultra-nationalist. It's going to get broad coverage. Everyone will fucking talk about it because this is what conservatives do. This is what reactionaries do. They find an instance where there can be like victimhood, especially in an instance where like we're talking about Jews as a whole, where the victimhood is legitimate, okay? In most instances, anti-Semitic attacks are real, and it happens, and it fucking hurts Jewish people as a whole. That's the biggest difference. That's why you have to also be super careful. One, because you don't want to fucking, you don't want to play into anti-Semitic conspiracies. And two, because you don't want to fucking give them any sort of legitimacy whatsoever. And two, it'll be used against you if you don't give a fuck about that. It'll be used to brush off war crimes of Israel.
Loss of life, I will not condone. Every life, every human life is important to me.
And what about so
he should have immediately fucking stopped it. Like, I'm telling you. Like, the wording was bad, but when faced with the question of anti-Semitism, we should have been like, I am not anti-Semitic. I do not fucking condone anti-Semitism. It is horrible. What I simply meant was that in Western media, especially, Israeli causes get a profound amount of coverage, and also a profound amount of fucking favorable coverage, as a matter of fact, because no one gives a shit about Palestinians.
So you can agree.
He's doing that. She won't let go. I know. He should have said that here, though, not here. Do you think that if Pakistan foreign minister specified Israel rather than they, the host would have still accused him of being anti-Semitic? Maybe. But it doesn't fucking matter, because at that point, he could have been like, shut the fuck up. You know what I'm talking about.
4 months into the parasocial relationship. Are we 90-day fiancés now?
I can't believe I have to say this, but there shouldn't be a 0.0 doubt that accusing Israel of controlling the media and having deep pockets is anti-Semitic. Wait, what is this? CNN senior global affairs analyst, journalist, wife, mother, proud immigrant says, I can't believe I have to say this, but there should be 0.0 doubt that accusing Israel of controlling the media and having deep pockets is anti-Semitic. Wait. Yeah, okay, so she clearly, even if you said Israel, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it's top of the hour. I'm going to run an ad break. I'm like fucking losing my mind over this, okay? Accusing Israel of controlling the media and having deep pockets is anti-Semitic? Bro, are we literally going to act like Israeli propaganda is not incredibly effective? Like, what are we doing? Why are we fucking asking people to deny reality? Like, I don't understand it, dude. That's so psychotic. It's like the fucking weirdo who said it's blood libel to say that the IDF trains American police forces. That's blood? What the fuck? Why would you do that? It's like literally immediately provable information. Like, it's one fucking Google search. I'm going to respond and be like, yes, Israel doesn't get favorable coverage. Or have ardent bipartisan support in Congress. That's why it's illegal to support BDS in 35 states. Is it 32 or 35? That's why
he could have said in a video game,
35 American states have adopted anti-BDS legislation, and the Associated Press fired a journalist for attending a pro-Palestine demonstration 2 days after IDF bombed them.
Thank you for the great coverage, Ajan. Just like this great 60 seconds ad break at the top of the hour. Pogo tomato time.
I'm going to say, yes, Israel doesn't get favorable coverage in the media or have bipartisan support in Congress. That's why 35 American states have adopted anti-BDS legislation. AP fired a journalist for attending a pro-Palestine demonstration in college 2 days after IDF bombed them. Stop conflating Jews all around the world with the horrific, violent Israeli occupation. You are being anti-Semitic. Here, I'm going to tweet that as well. All Jews are a monolith in their unconditional support for a far-right, ultra-nationalist, ethno-state government engaging in war crimes. No, that's just, I just tweeted it on my own account.
Gabagool, not that good.
Are you going to tag Mossad in your post? Yeah, good ratio, chat. Goddamn. Bad tweet, delete, bro. Very wordy. I mean, you have to be wordy. I've talked about how careful you need to construct your criticisms of Israel, especially at times like this. One, first and foremost, because you don't want to come across as anti-Semitic, especially considering that, you know, anti-Semitism is very harmful to Jews all around the world. And two, because your words will be used against you by cynical, bad faith actors. He's neoliberal royalty. Why?